Hello? Am I live? I think I'm live. Alright, so... welcome back. Oh geez. Welcome back to the stream. I got pinged. I got pinged on Discord. I have a Discord, by the way. Let's see. Look at this. I'm being helpful. Let's go back to just regular capture. Drag this onto the main screen. Look at this. We can debug this live. Let's see, it should be pretty painless. There we go. Boot order, the most important thing about installing a new OS. I feel like whenever I install Linux on any like new machine I get, I pretty much never follow the recommended install instructions. The first thing I always go to is just switching the boot order. How nice. Anyways, there's a Discord, by the way. Look at that. Check it out if you're interested. But what we're going to be working on today is OpenCFace stuff. Mostly because I'm like super burnt out. How do I remove this from quick access? Quick access, yeah. Like this shouldn't be here. I don't want any. Most of this stuff I absolutely do not want. Actually, no, this is just my home directory. Ignore me. OpenCFace. Select folder. Where was I when I was doing this? You know what? Okay, let's do a thing first. Also, let's get rid of the stream intro screen. Say goodbye. I do like how the stream intro screen came about. What we're gonna do here is we're right now in drop downs. I think before that, I want to do some work on refactoring the entire Signal broadcaster, because I kind of had I had an epiphany one night. Actually, a while ago, not one night, a while ago, that I should really be doing a lot of this stuff on. Just using a PubSub, right? Not actually using the built-in signal system, mostly because it doesn't make sense to use the built-in signal system for something like this, which is almost entirely, you know, not manually hooked up. Alright, cool. Started on, may or may not be onboarding for a new job, by the way. I thought I got. They were like, we got you. You clicked on the wrong link. But no, they were just a bit too fast for me. They're coordinator, though, is very bad at responding. Unfortunately. You know what? Let's also peep my stream on the thing. I'm pretty sure none of this stuff matters. Honestly, though. And by none of this stuff matters, I mean like just dropping this stuff into like, you know, Discord where people like actually go to, like the main Godot Discord. Well, we'll see. Let's see. Making apps instead of games with Godot. Become the VTuber you always wanted to be. Yeah. Sounds good. Rubber duck. Send it. How is he so good at pimping his own stream? Okay. So let's do this. Let's do this. We will check out, check out master. Yeah. Git restore assets. VRM models. That's probably good enough. Where are we at? Git check out master. So let's git commit change import settings. Change import settings for icon. Just really quickly, we'll just we'll force push this at some point. Git push, and then we'll rebase off that. Git push. Look at that. We're totally being productive. Look at that. Single commit. Now, hold on, really quick. Git checkouts. What was it called? Drop downs? Drop downs? Yeah. Git rebase. Master. Really quick. We'll go back to master. Git checkout. New branch. What do we want to call this? This is like PubSub, right? PubSub refactor. There we go. Let me see. Let me pull up the main repository here. Been using Windows Power Toys for a little bit. Big fan of the ability to, you know, do this. So you can move screens between, I guess, areas. It's not quite i3 levels of niceness, but then again, I don't really use i3 window manager as you really should be using it, so doesn't make a huge difference. So we'll yeet that. What are my 3 pull requests open? Oh. So this is merged, which means that this is ready to merge, probably. I should actually check this at some point. It's merged, but I have not checked it. Yeah. Possibly. I mean, that looks okay. You just want to like YOLO it and see if it'll work? Or do you, maybe I should wait on this and actually test it beforehand. But I would need to kind of test this somewhat off stream since this involves starting up the face tracker, which I can't really do. Well, I guess I could. I would just need to turn it off and then, you know, kind of finagle with the stream. Sometimes it does lead to crashing though. I believe it's like an OBS thing. So if you, if OBS does not have an appropriate window to capture, it'll try to find the nearest thing. I've set it to not do that, but I feel like sometimes it still does that. It tries to find a window, and then it, you know, crashes Godot. because it's looking for the OpenCFace application, this one right here. But when it tries to hook into the debug window, whenever I test the face tracker in the debug build, sometimes it'll just crash. I don't really know why. There's no logs. Actually, there are probably like OBS logs I can look at, but yeah, you know what? Let's send it. Yeah, I think we're just gonna send it. Merge. Merge. Hopefully this fixes stuff. Oh no, that's not a good idea to just merge it. That's not a good idea to just merge it. I have the ability to test it. I really should just test it. So instead of doing that, let's go here and start doing our PubSub refactor. Everyone loves a good PubSub. Where is it? PubSub refactor. So the big pain point here is that I'm gonna need to take all of this stuff and just turn it into a PubSub style thing. So I believe actually on the asset store, so Godot PubSub, I've used a PubSub before. Hey, but there's a few implementations, but they're all kind of old. Godot forums. Someone has done a high performance C# PubSub. I don't need that. Don't I have my own PubSub implementation actually? I feel like I wrote a PubSub implementation at some point. Godot snippets, PubSub. No? Not here, huh? Okay, well. One could hope. Alright. Well, let's see. Extends reference. Let's just start at the very top. Shouldn't be too hard. I am going to be referencing this code here. Because it's a good reference point. I can add a call out to this. Based off of this code. Stripped down to fit the needs of this project. There we go. So let's see. We'll do a const subscriptions. Gotta love static typing. Instant subscriptions, don't need that. I think we need const all events. Yeah. Let's see. Services? What the heck is services? What does this do? Registers a service for the given int service ID. Excuse me. Turns the service. Huh? It looks like they were working on something else. I don't recognize that one. Anyways, they have these as a static function, but I don't need a static function. It's a bit weird how this works though. Yeah, because actually, as a static function, how is their code working? Static functions shouldn't have access to member variables, right? Like, so if we do static function subscribe, like in subscribe, etc., event key, some sort of string, and then a listener, which is pretty much anything, right? Actually, it's not even a node, so that has to be duck typed. Yeah. So we do this. I shouldn't be able to access this, right? Subscriptions. So if we, either way, it doesn't matter. Because I'm using this as an auto load, so all the same to me, right? If event key is equal to empty, or if event key, I guess, is empty. Wait a minute. Let's do listener first, then event key. Listener. So listener can be pretty much anything that is an object. So listener is some sort of object. There we go. Event key is a string. I do not want to just do a default. Yeah, I think that was what I was kind of thinking, but I think this also makes more sense. So we subscribe this listener to this event key. I don't think it makes sense to subscribe something to all events. I don't know why I would ever want to do that. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like, yeah, I really only need subscriptions here. So event key is empty, don't need that. We can do if subscriptions has this event key, then we'll do a thing. Otherwise, we'll do another thing. Right? And then I am basing it off of this code. So let me paste that in the chat, just for posterity's sake. Look at that. This code doesn't really make a lot of sense though, now that I'm reading it more. It's for their own uses. Can't blame them. We should also do this. They do have a check. So if not, listener has method event published. So basically a handler, right? So hit it with a return. Also hit it with a print error. Unable to, oh, that's not how you do it. Unable to subscribe this thing to subscribe listener to events thingy, right? A little bit of string formatting, so listener dot name. Pretty sure that's okay. That might not actually be okay. Might not actually be okay now I'm thinking about it. To event. But we'll see. Not everything has a name. So like a reference, if I pass in a reference, I don't think the reference will have like a readable name. Yeah. You know what? Let's just string it, right? We can just string it. String it. String the listener. So in most circumstances, this will just give me the objects. Like, you know, not the actual name of the node, but nodes only really have names if they're a node. Oh, hello, Harney. PubSub as an activity pub and PubSub hubbub. Hubbub. I'm not sure what those are, but probably. PubSub hubbub. That's a pretty good name. I like that. 10 out of 10. Let's see. Bum bum bum. If not, subscriptions has, or subscriptions event key has listener. Yeah, we'll do. Yeah, I'm assuming you are referring to an actual PubSub library. What are those libraries for? Are those for like C#? I don't think those are Godot libraries, right? Mastodon, Fetty, for a few net. I know Mastodon. Mastodon is basically like a Reddit, right? It's like an open source Reddit. And it's part of the Fediverse, right? Something like that. Back when I was more into crypto, those things were all more up my alley, but nowadays, not so much. Event key is equal to this. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah, let me look up what you're talking about. Actually, I'm interested. Activity pub. What's activity pub? Activity pub. This is. Still don't really know what it is. From a quick Google. Oh, it's some sort of. What the heck is this? It's kind of like if Tumblr and Twitter's VTech were merged and made federated. Yeah, Mastodon I'm familiar with. I'm looking up the libraries. Activity pub. W3C. Yeah. Still don't really understand. That's okay. Yeah. Mastodon though, never really felt a need to create an account on there. I think the problem with federated services, right? Things that don't really have a central authority is that because there's no central authority, it kind of fragments itself. So it's almost like a self-defeating kind of service, which it sucks. Don't get me wrong. If not, subscriptions has that key. Then we'll do. I don't even use it more on an older version. Really long family tree. Hey. Isn't Mastodon written in Rust? Mastodon? Mastodon activity pub? Hey. What is Hold on. Mastodon GitHub. Whole thing technically stretches back to Identica in like 2008. Oh, Mastodon is not Rust. Mastodon is Ruby. That's gross. Ew. What am I thinking of? Yeah, back in 2008, had no idea what I was doing in terms of programming. Still in my those are dark years. Very dark years. I was blind to the niceties of just being able to create wherever you could think of. Mastodon's and Ruby, Pleroma's and Elixir, everything made before that was all PHP. Oh baby, PHP. Never heard of Pleroma. Wasn't there was a Mastodon, Rust. Rustodon? No, there's something else. But maybe I'm crazy. There's something similar to that written in Rust. But it's not Mastodon, apparently. Clearly, my memory is not to be trusted. I was gonna say I have the memory of a goldfish, but that's not true. I think that's a common misconception that goldfish don't have good memories. Yeah, Ruby is one of the languages where I just really dislike it. I like the basic syntax. It's very Lua-like, but starts indexing at 0, but the fact that Ruby syntax is, you know, it has like 10 different ways to do a lot of stuff. I absolutely hate that. It makes it hard for me to read code. The way I read code is I skim over it really, really quickly. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is actually more readable. And there's everything else from somebody's hobby projects to weirdly cool branches like Miskey and Social Home. Not familiar. I'm not familiar. think if you had talked to a younger me at an earlier point in my life, I'll be all over this kind of social network, whatever stuff. But nowadays, I'm kind of over social networking. Don't really care too much for it. You know, I think the only social networking stuff I really do is just like Discord, right? Discord and Twitter. Maybe a bit of Reddit, if you consider Reddit to be like a social network. I feel like Reddit's Reddit's trying to become like a social network, but still more of like a content aggregator. Remember Dig? I was really into Dig when I was younger. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's one of those things where, here's a personal story that, you know, big oof moment. It's like I'm kind of just like over social interactions. You know, when I was a kid, I was like, I mean, I should really try to, you know. People tell me it's weird to not be social, so let's try to be social. Let's try to be social, but nowadays I'm just like, you know what? I don't really care anymore. You know, I'm not forced to interact with people at each and every day, etc., etc. For arrays. If arrays has listener, then arrays, or no, it's just array, right? It's not multiple arrays, it's just the one array. Array arrays listener. And what gets me is that this stuff continued growing even after I went off it for a few years, and then somehow it blew up again in 2016. Oh yeah. It's because I'm telling you, it's the crypto stuff, right? Yeah. Because everyone was like, oh, it's like a decentralized stuff. Decentralization. Heck yeah. Everyone loves decentralization now. And so all these projects which were, you know, open source and not controlled by one big entity started to blow up. That's my theory, at least. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong, but I'm gonna keep talking as if I actually know what I'm talking about. Erase listener. What does erase actually erase it if it does not exist? Oh, it returns. Oh, it returns a thing. Acts in place and doesn't return a value. No blockchains in sight except for McAfee's Mastodon fork that lasted literally less than a month. Feels like I'm one of 4 people left that remembers Hiveway. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hiveway? That was before my time. Sorry. Is it still around? I feel like people don't. I don't know, like that. I feel like there's a lot of stuff around, but it's just like, you know, there's only a few big contenders in this space. It's hard to do social media because the problem with social media stuff is that you need critical mass of people in order for it to start, you know, getting bigger and bigger, self-propagating, you know. If you don't hit that critical mass, and you know, you hemorrhage users every day. The problem with social media is that you need to gain more users than you lose every day. But you only gain users when you gain users. In the early days, there was no blockchain, but blockchain started to blow, like in the 2012, 2013 era. I remember that. That's when the news stories about, you know, Bitcoin and whatnot, like, oh, I bought a pizza with Bitcoin. Wow, you know? It only cost me 10,000 Bitcoin to buy a pizza. Like, wow. You know, I mean, my crypto story is fairly typical of most people who were aware of it at the time. And so, talking about, you know, crypto stuff. Like, I'm one of the people. There's a lot of people like that who had like cryptocurrency, but then just threw it away at some point because they just got bored of it. So I think Bitcoin, I had about half of Bitcoin, because at the time, you know, faucets still existed, so you could go to these websites, plug in your wallet address, and they would just send you a little bit of Bitcoin every day. And then I had 10,000 Dogecoin. Back when Dogecoin was still a meme, and I sold Humble Bundle games to people. So I think like Dogecoin is worth like 25 cents or something nowadays. What's 10,000? What's 10,000 divided, no, times 0.25. Yeah, I've lost $2,500 just somewhere. You know, that's why I created an XMPP account just 3 months ago, just looking at the late to the party solutions no one talks about anymore. What's XMPP? XMPP? Server? Universal Messaging Standard? Introduced in 1999, you know, at the very start of the .com bubble. Gotta love it. Everyone loves .com bubbles. Big fan of the bubble. Was what Google Talk used to use until 2012. Google Talk. Nah, that's some retro stuff. That is some retro stuff. Publish. So let's do some null checks if subscriptions, if not subscriptions, has events key. Then we want to return, and then also hit them with a print error. You know what? Why am I using print error? I can pretty much guarantee that I'll have an app manager available to me. Log message. True. There we go. And then here we can do app manager. Formerly Jabber. Oh man, I remember Jabber. Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp used to hook into it before gating off fully. Really? Really? That doesn't sound right. Really? No. That doesn't sound right to me. Event key, this thing. Event key does not exist. But you know, again, as I said, not super hooked into that kind of stuff. Not super hooked into that kind of stuff. At least not until roughly, like it was only up until like 2016 or 17 that I really started to pay attention to a lot of technology stuff. I was more on like the, oh, I want to compose music for games and whatever. Or I want to go onto the more the business side or the numbers side of, you know, games, like statistics. I was good at statistics, especially the numbers side. The sampling side kind of boggled the mind. But you want someone to run the numbers, figure out the equations. I got you. Let's see. Let's see. Bar listeners. Some sort of array. This will be subscriptions, event key. And then for listener. in listeners if listener is queued for deletion. Pass. Hold on. Let's see. This is a pretty good system. So var. To remove. Technically don't need this part, but we're going to add a, or technically don't need this type annotation. To remove. That's weird. I think this code in this this library that I'm looking at doesn't actually work. Because that's not how you call it. Because they're using, you know, array.add, but I don't think that works. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe we can do listener event published. Oh, hold on. So I do want to make this as painless as possible. So that's what I was doing, like type of, or match type of payload here. Because sometimes, or because I'm trying to rebroadcast, or maybe I don't even need to rebroadcast, huh? At this point, I can cut out this entire function, more or less. I guess you can just listen to every single event, which means I do need to bring back, I guess all events, right? So const all events. This will be some sort of array, empty array. So subscribe. And we can do if event key empty. Then we'll do all events append listener. So the idea here is that our GUI, which is trying to intercept a bunch of events, if only because we want to try to save our configuration file, based off of what was the thing I called it? It's called a debounce. Yeah, a debouncer, right? And that's what lots of web applications use, is something called a debouncer. So when you are, you know, typing something in, it actually saves it on a debounce, right? So it doesn't immediately save whatever you typed in right after you type it in, right? It waits a few seconds, maybe just 1 second or a few milliseconds before it saves it for you, right? And so a debouncer is very useful for something like a, you know, if you have like a drag bar, so you're trying to scroll up or down a value. That's what debouncing is really useful for, or it's very useful for like if you're typing in like a huge essay or whatever, kind of like a Google Docs type situation. You know, if you have a lot of text, it's probably gonna be somewhat expensive to save the entire document over again every single time. So you could just run it on a separate thread, or you could just debounce it, or debounce and run it on a separate thread. So the document saving process isn't just super painful every single time. Alright, so here, I don't think I need this anymore. We can just send it like this. Listener, event published. So this is actually something. That will be somewhat difficult to implement because there's a lot of things that are listening for all sorts of events. So the biggest one is the GUI, right? The GUI, the connection field here, you can see this is just absolutely horrible. So these are all gonna move to their own just event publish function, and then I can do not a switch case, a match function to match on the event key, which is pretty much the same thing as just the function name. Oh, hello, Kit. Thank you very much for the raid. Hello, Arrow Axe. You guys were arriving to me. Hide your nudes. Too late, I'm already nude. As you can see, I'm not wearing any pants. Ooh. I should really put this off screen so I can change my expression. Yeah, there we go. I'm a nude duck. Here's that XD face. Thank you for the raid, Cricket. So using VS Code for editor in Godot. Nice. Yeah, I like VS Code, especially when you're working with like really big files like this one, or at least you need to reference multiple files at the same time. That's one of the shortcomings of the built-in Godot editor, I feel. I still use the built-in Godot editor for some small stuff, and I also prefer using this interface for debugging, which is why I have just both of them enabled. He did the VTuber. Oh, yeah. That's me. I wrote this. Yes. I also wrote this, by the way. Send you. So thank you very much for the raid. Let's make you upside down, by the way. Yeah. Talk about the stuff you did. All right, yeah. It's a bit sudden. I don't have an elevator pitch ready, but I wrote this piece of software. This is OpenCFace GD. I did not write the face tracker, OpenCFace, but I did write the renderer, which is what I'm working on today, which you can kind of see here. We can switch between just basic 3D models. So this is a GLB model, regular, pretty much nothing on it except for just the rigging. And then it also supports anime models, so VRM, if you will. Look at that. Look at that. Using a library from vSeikai, who did the VRM importing, of course, but mapping all this stuff is also pretty painful. Also wrote the stream avatars looking thing, which is also written with Godot, hooked in with channel points. If you talk in chat, you can kind of see we have a Billy or Nico style chat scroll. Everything just uses green screens for now, but I do have it toggleable, so you can just turn off the green screen if you don't want it. I believe I can. No, I can't do it here. Not here. Here I can turn off the green screen just like this, right? So we turn off FXA, and now it's, you can kind of see on my overlay, it kind of breaks, which is expected. Yeah, in Godot you cannot use FXAA and transparency at the same time. But yeah, you can find all this software on my GitHub down below. Everything is free and open source. Yeah, that's a pretty good pitch. I also wrote, I pretty much just write like a lot of tooling for Godot. So I did recently finish up an integration for Godot to OBS, so some sort of WebSocket connection. Because I am also like currently just keylogging myself, which is kind of, you can kind of see this cursor thing scroll around on screen. Yeah, so that's using Rust, because usually with Godot, right, you cannot get your mouse position if it's outside of the window, or you can, but the window must be in focus. So using some GD native to do this. Look at that. And so hopefully I can make some kind of cool hotkeys or whatever. Maybe, I don't know. It exists. Yeah, what I'm trying to do right now is implement a PubSub for this class, because right now this class is basically a PubSub, but I'm using Godot's built-in signals. But it doesn't make any sense to do that, right? Because there's only like one or two things that subscribe to each signal. So at this point, it makes more sense to use a PubSub format as opposed to a, I guess this is more of a mailbox pattern, where you have to intentionally listen for something. So cool, mouse cursor, I didn't even know that. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things I really like about Godot, and that's why I continue to just write everything with Godot, is that Godot lets you hook in pretty much anything you want, right? As long as it has a C API, you can, you know, just bind it to Godot. Now let's see you do that with Unity. Of course, you can do that no problem with Unreal, but Unreal is a bit too heavy for pretty much anything I do. But yeah. That's pretty much it. So, stream. What is it? 4 days a week. Probably gonna be actually a bit more. I did stream like the entirety of my Ludum Dare work as well. Listener. And that Ludum Dare was, I think, 2 weeks ago. So I have a game that you can play on. Let me see if I can find it. This one. You can play this. This was entirely created on stream. There's a VOD that you can check out. Unreal, that's a FatEngine. Yeah, it's a big boy. It's a big lad. Yeah. So sometimes I stream game development, but most of the time it's just whatever kind of software development I want to stream. And then on my off days, I've been trying to play through, or I guess just yesterday was my off day, and I was playing through the Ys series. Looks like it's pronounced YS. Playing through them all on Nightmare, because I've only beaten the earlier games on normal or hard. Alright, I'm gonna add you to my hosting rotation. Gotta go. Friends, much love to you all. Please save me, Barry. Thank you once again, Creekit, for the host. Or the raid. And take it easy. Anyways, I'm not actually writing this PubSub completely from scratch. I'm basing it off of this implementation, which I have somewhat used before, but it's a bit weird. And there's some oddities in it in that, like, some of the functions it uses don't actually, or shouldn't actually work, but they, you know, Godot is interpreted, so I guess it just doesn't go down that path, which is fine. So let's see, for listeners. Let's see, listener. Hey. What is it called? Listeners. Hold on. Listeners, do they just have like a super listeners thing? Let me see. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. What? We should do this. If listener is queued for deletion, then we want to do... Yeah, we don't even need this part. Yeah, that's why I'm rewriting this, is because some of this code doesn't really make a lot of sense. So we'll do subscriptions, event key. We'll just erase the listener from that event key, right? Just so we kind of clean ourselves up. Like so. And then we can also do this. Yeah. That makes more sense. So when we publish an event, right, and I only have these things, so subscriptions, and then we can do like if listener is queued for deletion, then we remove it from this event key, and then we should also remove it from all events if it exists. I think I can just do like all events erase listener. I believe that should work in Godot. It removes the first occurrence of a value from an array to remove blah blah blah, acts in place and doesn't return a value on large arrays. Maybe I do need to check to see that it exists. Yeah, that's hard to say. Yeah. If Let's do a null check first. That's always nice. Everyone loves null checks. Has listener. If all events has listener. There we go. If all events has listener, then all events erase, blah blah blah. Otherwise, we'll just do all of this. Right? I'm not breaking anything. This should be a copy of that array. Or is that not true? Oh no. Oh, you know what? That's actually not true. This is a copy, right? So what I need to do is duplicate. That's actually somewhat tough since it's a reference. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. I always kind of forget that when you store or when you access arrays, all arrays are more or less like references to each other. Oh, and I missed the follow from free kid. I wasn't looking. Anyways, this should be fine, I think. Probably. So we'll pretty much always publish no matter what with the payload, and then the payload recipient needs to handle this part themselves, which is fine for me. That makes sense. So I publish to random, no. Publish async, no. Subscribe instance, what? Yeah, we don't need any of this. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty much it, right? That's all you need for a PubSub. So you need to subscribe, you need to be able to unsubscribe, and then you need to be able to publish, and that's it. Yeah, seems okay. And so now all I need to do, very easy, is go into here, go into every single element, and change how they start listening to events. Oh no. You know what? Before I do that, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back. Just be really quick. Hello, I'm back. Hopefully you didn't get too lonely without me. But we do need to go into every single one of these. And then here, disabled, no, updatable, somewhat. Yeah, so instead of connecting to the signal broadcaster, what we need to do, I wonder if there's a good way to do this in place. So here's the idea, is that app manager, SB, so that's my app manager is kind of my singleton manager as well, and also just kind of the, as the name suggests, the app manager. I wonder if I should do subscribe, event key, and then also like a, I guess almost like how the Godot signals work, right? So Godot signals, you subscribe, to use the PubSub terminology, right? You subscribe to an event. This is the thing that's subscribing to it, and then this is the callback. I wonder if I should have something similar. I could build in something similar. Wait. No. I mean that... No. Wait, hold on. Yeah, no. That defeats the entire purpose of a PubSub. Never mind. Ignore me. That makes no sense whatsoever. Yeah. If I make it so that it accepts a callback. Yeah. Yeah. If I'm manually configuring callbacks, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Manually configuring callbacks pretty much just means that I need to just use signals, yeah. Instead we should do it like this, right? Update label text. That was in base elements. So we can have a function at the very end. We'll call this event published. This will be event key, some sort of string. Can guarantee that. And then the payload, which may or may not be a thing. I wonder if I should change, or I guess guarantee the data formats. So you can see here in the publish function, I'm actually duck typing it. Or I'm not even duck typing, I'm just using completely dynamic typing for it. And then just passing it along. I wonder if it's better to kind of guarantee that this will be an array. Like essentially say that, like I don't care what this is, it's pretty much going to be a tuple. You know what? No. We'll duck type it. We'll duck type it. I think that makes sense. And then that will kind of bleed into how I'm handling events in general, which you can kind of see here. So this was what I was using before. On event value, duck typed. And then we just need to match the event based off of the payload. Oh man, that's tough though. That's tough. Because that means I need to call everything. I also need to call the super function as well. And every other element. So this is the base element, clearly, right? But then, you know, button elements, color picker element, everything inherits from that base element. That's tough. That's tough. I think we're still gonna do it. It's gonna be a lot of code reduplication, I think. Or what if? What if? There's a smart way of doing this. I can feel that there's a smart way of doing this. So we do a match payload. Right? So the payload is either going to be an array, type array. Hey, hold on. It's either going to be an array or it's going to be a string, guaranteed. And then we'll just have the default here. You know, at manager, log message, unhandled GUI events. Oh, and I'm doing string formatting here, but that doesn't even do anything. Very good me. Good job, good job. Event key, and then this is gonna be an error. Okay. But we can do, let me see. Based off of the event key, we can do, we can basically do like a call. Yeah, we can do a call. So if the payload is a type array, then if payload dot size, so we're duck typing now, is this, then we'll do call We'll call the event key. We no longer need the broadcast function. So you can see here that we're doing call broadcast, and then we're treating the payload, the event value, as a tuple, which is very strange. I'm treating the payload like a tuple. But GDScript does not have tuples. But we call the event key with the let's see, payload dot slice one event. No. Hold on. No, I'm still treating the payload like a tuple because I don't want to change that just yet. So just like that, payload 1, that will be your actual event name. Yes. So, on pressed. That's tough. Okay. So this is the events that we need to handle. And then I need to hook up each event to an actual function. I'm thinking. How does this work? So you see here, if you have an event, then result event name is equal to whatever this is, then in base elements in your ready function. Maybe not. Corresponding signal in the signal broadcaster. When do we use the event name? Event name. So on pressed, we emit the signal event name. Oh, and then it's caught. Yes. Then it's caught by the GUI. Yes. 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 So we emit signal events. Who's listening to this? Okay, yeah, there we go. So we always, here we go. Line 823, result connect events, which is our custom events, args, event name on events. But then I think I don't actually need to do that. Right, the big difference here is that I can now do, or I guess on event. What if we do this? So hit it with a pass. Comment this out. We'll do app manager. Signal broadcaster. Right. And then publish your event name, right? And so everyone who's listening to that event name will just know, that the button was pressed. Yeah. Whereas, so this is removing one level of indirection that we have. So you can see here that when we emit the signal, the GUI, when we emit a signal, event name from one of our button elements, it's caught by our GUI. Then our GUI transforms it, sends it off to the signal broadcaster, which is a singleton. Then that bounces back to us, the GUI, which then actually handles the call. What I can instead do is just have the GUI subscribe directly to that event in our PubSub. Yeah, so instead of doing this, because I'm already like explicitly subscribing to this, I'm just removing the middleman, which is that on event function. Yeah. So it's technically more efficient. Technically. which means I can take out this part. Don't do anything there. We still want to have the data binds, and we also still want to have this part. So each UI element still needs to know about which type of events it's emitting, or I guess publishing, right? So that's the biggest difference. Now here, event published. Yeah, because this one has an on label updated. Yeah. On value updated. Oh man, I don't remember where all of these come from. Where does label updated come from, actually? Label updatable. Update label text. So I think I just need to handle this thing here. Event published. So yeah, okay, hold on. I don't care what the payload is. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it a bit harder. Let's just have a match. We'll do a match on event key. Then there's the update label text. I wonder if I should, if we're already rewriting it, if it makes sense to put that in an enum. So everything will just use like events enums. Or maybe just string values is good enough. Yeah, maybe that's just good enough. It's hard to say, right? Let's see. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, I'm running that through my head, and that totally makes sense. And then here, we can just do this, right? Like, on label updated. Pretty much all of this. What is on value updated? That's what I'm kind of wondering. Listen for self. Hey. Who wrote this? Which one of these files uses a listen for self? Who was the dummy who wrote that in? Oh wait, it was me. Listen for self? Which things use this? What is listen for self? I'm curious. XML constants. Listen for self. Listen for self. Phenomenal. Who was it? Who was it? Reveal yourself. Was it you? Features. Listen for self. No. Metadata. No. App settings. Possibly. So these are all events, data, blah, blah. There we go. Looks good. Model, listen for self. No. Is it presets? Listen for self. Tracking. Okay, so headbone listens for self. Interesting. 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 When start tracker is updatable. So it's pretty much just like this tracking.xml file. So one of the things I was kind of working towards in the kind of the drop-down PR that I have up right now is also refactoring how all of this XML file stuff works. So right now, how it works is that the GUI.gd holds a lot of, or not the GUI.gd, each UI element individually holds a lot of, I guess, the implementation details of how each element should work. But here's a crazy idea. What if I stick it into these kind of, these uncompiled GD files and basically just go full interpreted with it, right? Because when you export a Godot application, what happens is that it's there's a setting that, you know, it's also enabled by default, I think. It lets you export to bytecode, which is cool for better performance. Or you can set it to just plain text, so everything is just raw interpreted, which isn't too bad. So right now, this application is all converted to bytecode except for this file here, which is just an example of how you would I guess, be able to mod the application without actually needing access to the application, or without needing to recompile the entire application. So that's where we're going with it. I think that makes sense. So I think a lot of this logic here will probably be moved to these kind of basically a mod file, more or less. I don't know. I'll need to think about it. That's still tough. It's one of those things where I wish there was someone else to like talk to about it though, because I'm not sure if that makes sense. But it feels right. But maybe I'm just dumb. Which is, you know, fair enough. I have been known to just do really dumb stuff because I've overlooked the simpler solution. Oh, hello, Koji Bear. How are you doing today, tonight, morning? What I'm working on today, since I'm, to be honest, I think the burnout from working on the Ludum Dare stuff has actually caught up with me. So instead of working on a game, I'm just gonna go back to working on this application. Look at that. Look at that. So you're an anime girl today? Yeah. I had to, you know, there was someone they were asking about, or they were just showing off the projects. This is probably the most impressive part. And so instead of changing back to the duck, here I am. I think there's a way actually for me to pitch my voice up. So if I go into OBS, isn't there like I can apply one of these things, a compressor maybe? I can compress my voice, or maybe I don't know. There's something I can do probably to pitch my voice up. I'm not super in the know about a lot of the audio engineering stuff. I really should educate myself better though on audio engineering. I thought that would be something really cool to get into, but it's tough, man. Is there a specific one you're trying to roll for? Look at that. So payload. Let's see. We'll do label name, label text. So label name is just it's gamble time. What's that? What do you mean? What's that? Are you talking about this sprite here? This is one of the sprites that was very graciously donated by a viewer. Let's see, payload. Let's see, we can assume that this is a 0, and then value. We can assume that this will be a 1, I guess. Payload 1. This can also just be payload 1. Perhaps? Wait, is the bear in? No, not yet. I said I would finish it, but I just have not gotten around to it. We can pivot really quickly if you would truly want the bear to be in. It do be like that sometimes. We can pivot really quickly if that would make you happier. Would you want me to pivot right now? Let's see. Set value will just be payload. The tough part about pivoting is that I'm pretty sure. It's alright, do what you want. Fair enough. I am in the middle of just refactoring a million things. Because I guess for reference, this is what I'm trying to refactor. Not this. Oh, this is what I'm trying to refactor. All of this. Which is like a weird in-between. So this is actually still going to exist, more or less. But it does get rid of all of this as well. So these map 1-to-1 with everything that you're seeing on the left. So that's really painful. I don't know why I came up with that design. But it seemed like a good idea at the time, right? But now I've realized that it makes more sense just to do like a blind publish API as opposed to a known, you know, mailbox pattern. We don't need a mailbox. Yeah, it's a lot. It looks like a lot, but as long as I handle it correctly, I think it should be okay. The big problems are these functions here. So we'll kind of comment them out somewhat slowly. And then this part, it's actually fairly easy to replace, right? Because the API is pretty much the same. So we just hit it with a subscribe, model loaded, more or less. And that's pretty much it. So all of this stuff, right? So every single thing here, every single line here has a corresponding function that handles it, which is also very painful. So that's going to be the hardest part. No ifs or buts about it. That's going to be the hardest part. But once we get past that, it should be a lot easier to maintain. The problem with going with this pattern, though, is that, or I guess, yeah, the problem with going with this pattern, oh, and this is also not how you're supposed to do it. It's supposed to be subscribe, self, to model loaded. Yeah. The problem with this pattern of just blindly subscribing is that you don't get good errors when things happen. Sometimes things will just not happen, and then you'll have to wonder why something's not working. Whereas with the previous pattern that I was going for, which is this kind of explicit, you know, map 1-to-1 to each function, is that if you mess up, the application will let you know that you messed up. Whereas with this one, it'll just assume that you don't care right now, but you will implement it in the future, which may or may not be true. It's a bit tough. So there's pluses and minuses to both systems. But I think it's worth it to change it. Yeah, so it's just a lot of typing right now. Reset model transform. Yeah. I don't really feel like working on a game, even though I said I would yesterday. I just don't have it in me, unfortunately. The motivation, too burnt out. It's a tough life, tough life. Not really, but. It is nice that I don't actually depend on, writing code on stream or working on games for a living. Because I know if you were like, you have a Kickstarter or something, working on a game, you're taking people's money, and you've promised a delivery date for your game, I can 100% see myself burning out after doing that. Right? That's tough. Right? Even if you don't feel like working on it, which is kind of like, that's how my normal job is. Like, you're feeling burnt out, too bad. You get paid to push through it. Mental health, that's okay. How does one day off sound? Sound good to you? Alright, let's do it. Whereas something like streaming, I don't know, I mean, who cares, right? You can switch projects as much as you want. It's probably not good for viewer retention rates and all that, but when has that ever stopped me in the past? And that's a bad question because it has actually stopped me in the past. I guess one of the few reasons I don't work on like text adventures on stream. I think text adventures are pretty fun to make, but it's not a very good time. Because one, text adventures not hard to make at all. They are fun to make, but they're not hard. And two, there's like no visuals. So I think when you're doing like programming stuff, you need to hit at least one of those kind of fields, right? Is it hard to make, or is it a visual endeavor? Are there things to look at? So usually the things I work on are just kind of hard to make, or like this. Or if I ever work on a new game, I try to get graphics up as soon as possible, in order to make it more interesting to look at. But I cannot imagine just working on like a text adventure. I'm pretty sure that would go very poorly. Anyways, not to get too real or anything. Too inside baseball, as they say. App manager. Yeah, but luckily this is just a lot of typing. So, can really just turn my brain off and talk about pretty much anything I want, right? So, somewhat recently I finished YS. I keep saying YS. It's pronounced Ys. Well, I got to pretty much the final dungeon of Ys 9. Horrible game, by the way. I really liked Ys 8, and then I liked it so much, I played it again, and I was like, you know what? That's a great game. Let's play the rest of the series. So I got the rest of the series, played it through on PC, and this is like, played it all through off stream, by the way. And I was like, you know what? That's pretty good. Hype myself up for Ys 9. Ys 9 sucks. Story is garbage. Combat too easy. I was like, you know what? What if I just play through the rest of the series again, but like on Nightmare? That would be fun. Because the older games, really only played them on normal because they are very difficult. Because they are very twitchy, very twitch reaction. And I'm no longer a young lad anymore. So, reaction times pretty bad. I don't think I've ever really had really good reaction times. I think if you wanted me to react to like, one event, I can get a pretty good reaction time if you're just like, all right, press the button when you see this. I can get a pretty good reaction time, but if you're like, press the button every time you see one of these things, and you like, present me with, 3 things, I'm gonna do really well in the first occurrence, and then after that, it's just gonna be bad. My reaction time on the first thing I need to react to, very good. My reaction time on everything after that, really, really bad. I don't know if that's like a very common thing. It's like I can prepare myself, the anticipation, but once I, release the anticipation, it's all downhill from there. So, better hope that one shot is enough. There's a sex joke in there somewhere. it just feels right, but I can't think of one right now. Alright, so this is what this is gonna look like. That's what that's gonna look like, and then we need to have, let's open up GUI again at the very end of the file. Create prop, blah, blah, blah. Let's do it here. This is one of the most important parts now, event published. So we have an event key, which kind of matches up, or it doesn't kind of match up, it exactly matches up with the event's name that I define here. So we have, like a button name, load model. The event's name is called load_model. And so that corresponds to 1-to-1 with our event key. And then our payload absolutely has to be duck typed. There's no way around that. So save it. Base element. So base element here, we're wanting to do something like this. Which is basically just, we match the event key. We cannot make any assumptions about... We can't make any assumptions about the payload, right? Because the payload, if you see from this function here on events, so this is what event published. Event published is whatchamacallit, it's changing, it's taking the place of this function here, right? So this is kind of the weird middleman feature, or middleman function. So instead of having this, I'm just going straight to the source by using the PubSub. So instead of dividing it out between type array and type string, I can just make an assumption about what the payload is. The payload is pretty much this event value, by the way. So I'll need to actually go into every other UI element and change those so that they, I guess, make more sense. So the event's value 0 here will be the key that we need to match against, unless the payload is a string, in which case I guess it still is the key, but we'll need to think about that. So let's see. Which things are we subscribing to, by the way? Oh no. Oh, I remember. We need to subscribe to everything. Hold on. So before I type out every single value here, is it worth it for me to just create like an enum class? Do you think that makes sense? I think that might make sense. You know what? I've convinced myself. Let's create an enum class, because GDScript does not have support for enums, or I guess it doesn't have support for standalone enums, I should say. So let's create a new script. This one will be called events. GD inherits node template structured, sure. Open that up, go to events. Actually, this doesn't need anything at all, right? We just need to have a class name called events. Empty enum class. Give that a save. Then we'll open it up here, events. And then we'll have the none events. And then after that, we can just go through every single event listed in Signal Broadcaster, and then we should be good. And then we can, instead of using hard-coded string values, we can reference enum values, which will help with, I guess, things that are published to, or things that are listening for events that don't exist, right? Which is one of the downsides of a PubSub, is that you can listen for any event that you want, but if the event doesn't exist, then the PubSub won't complain about it. Whereas with Godot's kind of more mailbox pattern, Godot will complain if the mailbox doesn't exist, aka the signal listener, right? So here, let's just go through. Now, buckle up, this is gonna take a little bit. Update label text. So anyways, yeah, on my off days on stream, I'm going to be, and my off days, by the way, are Mondays, Fridays, and Saturdays. So on those days, I will be, you know, just playing through the Yeast series on Nightmare difficulty, which should be a lot of fun, and or a lot of pain. Right now, it's actually pretty painful, because I'm on probably the most RNG boss there is in this series. I think I spent like 2 hours on it last night. So if you watch the VOD, it's just me like slowly losing my mind as I throw myself at the boss over and over again. So that's fun, you know? You know what? This isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work. You know why? You know why? It's because this needs to be... These need to be string values. These need to be string values. Because of how this works, right? So when we go into model, you can see here that we have events associated with every single one of our like kind of dynamically generated UI elements, right? And so when our UI elements, you can see in base elements, not base element, button elements, it publishes the event name. Event name is a string. Now, if we try to match these values based off of these enums are integers. So that's tough. That's tough. Let me think. I could just make this like a bunch of constants. I could just make this a bunch of constant values. And so this will more or less... I need to think. I need to think. Does it make sense to just make this a bunch of constants? So we do constant, and then we can even just do it as like a lowercase constant as well. So when we subscribe to update label text, and then this will just be a string update label text, right? Or you know what? It doesn't make a difference like what I set it to, right? No, it does. It needs to be set to a unique value. Otherwise, Godot will not know how to match against it. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. You know what? This is fine. Until I inevitably rewrite this in C#, I think this is fine. That's tough though. Yeah, so I'm just gonna do it kind of raw like this. I'm not a fan of it, but no, because this is the same problem now, right? Because now I cannot add new signals or new events very easily. Now I need to. This is the same problem, right? The problem is that, or was that, in order to add a new signal, I needed to add it to the signal broadcaster. With the system that I'm going with right now, I've just moved the events from the signal broadcaster to just like an enum class. Why am I so dumb? All right, let's get rid of this. It's tough, right? It's tough. It's tough. Because I need to balance like type safety along with just, you know, does this actually matter? Like, do we actually care about, I guess, development speed, or do things actually need to listen to each other? Now that I'm saying it out loud, right? Does it matter? Is it better just to use this system? Because what the system guarantees me is type safety, right? So if there's an error, I'll know about it right away. On the other hand, it does make it really clunky if I want to add more signals. And I'm pretty much required to use this function here on event to kind of rebroadcast out. Am I? Am I actually required to do that? Hold on. Maybe I can just refactor it like this. So I just get rid of this kind of in-between function. Doesn't really do a lot. Yes. And then in each element, right, we can emit a signal. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, can't I do something like this? So instead of doing like an app manager SB, where instead of just emitting the signal like here, can't I just move all this logic from the containing GUI just down to the elements? So the elements will do their own transformation based off this. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, since I still want the type safety instead of just subscribing to random events and then having to declare the event somewhere else, right? If I'm declaring the event somewhere else, which I do want to follow that pattern, then it makes more sense to just keep this entire structure and then just move this function out to, I guess, every other element. So it does result in more code duplication. I will acknowledge that. However, it's also a more direct link. So there's no more like it's no longer like a four-way stop, right? So we need to, you know, hook up the UI elements to a signal. The UI elements will call the signal, pass it back to the GUI will pass it back to the signal broadcaster, and then the signal broadcaster will pass it back to the GUI and the UI elements. Now what's happening is the GUI just sets the event's name on each UI element. UI element will go straight to the signal broadcaster. Doesn't care if the thing exists or not, which is good because that means we'll null pointer and then, you know, fail fast. You know, you don't want your application to keep running if there are errors, especially in development. Once you have released your application, that's when you want it to keep working, even if there are errors. So it's the fail fast methodology, and then there's also, you know, just hardening, which is just its own thing. You should always do hardening, but I think failing fast is a development principle that not a lot of people do. But I think it does work. Yeah, this makes sense. So instead of... Yeah, so we'll cut out this part. We'll also cut out this part. Yeah. Right? This makes more sense if we just... Instead of going for the PubSub, which will potentially allow us to... It'll make it difficult for us to change things. Right, especially since for the PubSub, I was going to just create like an additional adjacent key value pair, like enum storage. Yeah. This makes more sense, where I just cut out this function instead. Which leads to a lot more code being duplicated, I think. Maybe. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm thinking. There's a good structure to this. I'm thinking so hard right now. So if I don't want to explicitly handle all of this either, couldn't I just copy this over? I could just place this in the button element, since nothing else. Yeah, only elements. Yeah, pretty much only elements need to handle this stuff, right? So it makes more sense to just have this function be in the elements, and then it'll just be one of these kind of one of these functions, right? Yeah. Yeah. So we'll do like a function handle events. And then I wish GDScript had function overloading, but you can't. It just has duck typing, which makes this difficult. One of the few things I really liked about Java and C# and all those, function overloading. And then everyone has access to the parent, so we can do parent. I think that should work, right? So instead of handling these and just like an additional stopover in the GUI, we just bypass the GUI entirely. Okay, you see where I'm going with this? On events, we don't care about on events. Oh no. Yeah, and then we just handle the events like more or less explicitly using this handle event function. So in button element, how this would look is basically like on press, we would do handle events, event name. Right? Does that make sense? So we no longer need to connect our middleman to each element. Each element will just broadcast out by itself. Yeah, that makes sense, question mark, right? I'm gonna use the restroom. I've been drinking too much water. BRB. Hey, yeah. Hello, hello. Yeah, I've thought about it while I was using the restroom. I think this makes sense. I think this makes a lot of sense. So what we want to do is just go into every single element. And so instead of trying to use this kind of PubSub, which I thought made sense, but maybe it doesn't. Instead of using the PubSub, get rid of this, right? We'll just do this, and instead of using this part as well. So just need to remember that I don't need this, don't need, still want to use this part, don't want to use the PubSub just yet. Re-enable all of this. Don't delete it just in case I decide that I like the previous system more. We're figuring this out on the fly, right? This is another reason why I like, you know, we're just working on regular software on stream. Or regular software just in Godot on stream. It helps you, you know, make these architectural decisions about your program that you normally wouldn't have the opportunity to do during just like your regular job, right? Like during my regular job, I'm not the architect. I'm just the consultant that implements the architect's vision, more or less. So pretty much anything I do needs to go through the architect, and most of the time I have a lot of leniency or freedom to do whatever I want. But sometimes, you know, you'll get the feedback saying that like, oh, maybe you should do it like that. It's like, okay, that makes sense. You know, I didn't realize that this was a bad approach. Whereas here, I don't really have anyone to tell me that this is a bad approach. The restraints are off, and thus it's very scary. It's like a dog on a leash, right? It's like once you free yourself from your leash, what now? I don't know what to do. All I've ever known is the leash, but now you've set me free, and I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel about it. So I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking, does this make sense? Does this truly make sense? I think this does. So we'll go into every single element now, and I'll just need to replace, so base element, blah, blah. There's handle event, yes. Event publish, no. Handle event. So this thing does need to, oh wait, hold on. Label updated. Handle events, no. Value updated. No, that means we still need to have these functions, right? Yes. Yeah, so these callbacks are still valid because they, this one listens for itself. This is fine. And update label text on label updated. This is also still fine. Yeah, because these apply to all elements. That's okay. Color picker elements. So instead of omitting this signal, we'll just do handle events. Events name. Oh god, how does handle? I closed it. I was like, I totally know how this works, and then realized I do not know how this works. Okay. Event name, color. So this is our tuple. And so it's a very small change for sure. Yeah, so this takes just one event value. So we're pretty much just changing it from emit signal to be a more compact handle event kind of pattern. Yeah. This makes sense. I think this is hurting my head. Like it should work, right? It should work. This is better. Instead of the one layer of indirect, or the two layers of indirection, there's just the one layer of indirection. We go straight to the source. Yes. So we no longer need this event thing. We just emit it like that. Yes. So if we look at double toggle elements. Yes. Yeah, this makes more sense. Yes. Oh yeah. There we go. I just needed to look at another example. Although at this point, I'm also starting to wonder, does it make sense for me to create a tuple class at some point? right? Because I'm just using arrays as tuples, which is not the greatest pattern to do. I actually really hate it when people use arrays as tuples, but here I am. I've become the monster I've hated. So I wonder. Or what does type of give me in Godot? Does type of also work with custom classes? Type of returns the internal type, using the variant type values. I don't actually have access to these variant types. Okay, interesting. Right, because the idea of what I was kind of alluding to, right, is that if I was to just use a tuple, you know, I could check to see, like, is this a tuple 2? Is this like a tuple 3? We're basically like a tuple 2 and tuple 3. Like a tuple is two values that may or may not be the same type. Tuple 3 is three values which all may or may not be the same type. And then there's no such thing as a tuple 1. I guess that's just like redefining the type. So you could have a tuple 1, I suppose, but it doesn't make any sense to handle that, right? Yeah. But see, that's basically what I'm doing here, is checking to see, like, all right, is it an array that I'm using as a tuple? Now, is the array larger than 2? Yeah. And if it's not, then we do a thing. Yeah, this makes sense. Oh, you know what? Here's another thing I need to do. So this is a to-do. We can actually get rid of this. You know what? I'm gonna fix it right now. I'm gonna fix it right now. I know how to fix it. So we go into toggle 2. There's like set pressed no signal. Yeah, false. There we go. So now we can actually get rid of this part as well. So we're fixing a lot of things. Oh baby, software development. That is one of the things though. It's like if there was, I need help. Oh, there's too many things that need to be done. Once the application reaches a certain amount of lines, it becomes really difficult to manage. But the problem is that, you know, no one wants to work on an application that has almost no stars, right? Where I guess people don't want to work on to-dos on an application that has almost no stars, right? So if that application has almost no stars, then the only things that people want to work on are new features, which is tough. That's tough. I understand where they're coming from, right? Like, I'm the same way. You know, I'm not gonna fix your code for you if it's not a very famous program. Even if it is a very famous program, I still might not fix your code for you. I might fix some of your like typos in your README. That's something I'm very good at, is reading. That's something I feel very confident about on Headphone, is my ability to edit English text, read it really quickly. Okay, and then by the way, this function here is equivalent to disconnecting the toggled whatever, saying press the false, and then re-toggling it, reconnecting it. So set press no signal will do exactly what this is, which is nice. I'm going to keep the commented code there just in case we need to go back to it. And then of course we'll just have like a cleanup commit, like clean up old code or unused code, and that will be the PR. I think that makes sense. So let's see. Let's see. Hold on, I'm just checking some Discord stuff. It's not relevant at all, but oh no, Discord has kind of become like I guess like a Twitter for me. So when I'm on Twitter, I actually like to. I always thought like doom scrolling. That's the Zoomer term, maybe the millennial term, for just like scrolling through Twitter until you find something that just kills your will to live at some points. You know what? I thought that was really dumb until I started doing it, and he's like, you know what? This is actually pretty dope. just scroll through Twitter, click through people's feeds until you just find something that's just like, man, I just have lost all faith in humanity. And then that's enough Twitter. And you know what? It's actually not a horrible way to do it. That feels bad though. It feels weird. What is dynamic toggle script? What is this? Do I even use this? What is this? Dynamic toggle script. This is used in where is this used? Dynamic toggle script? Who wrote this? Dynamic toggle script. Dynamic toggle script. What does this do? Dynamic toggle script? Dynamic. Excuse me? List. No. List element. It's probably in list element. Dynamic. No. Does this script not actually do anything? Oh no. What does this do? It's like, it's not dynamic toggle script, which is this thing on the right, is not linked to any text scene. So I'm wondering which thing actually uses it. Is it the preset? Is it the preset toggle element? Please be it. No. Is it the prop input? Prop base prop toggle element? No. Oh no. I don't know. Prop. I've just completely forgotten how my application works. Yeah, this is not how these work. None of these. Prop toggle element, sure. Let's check the prop toggle element. Oh jeez, I have no idea. Dynamic toggle scripts. Does anything use this? Let's try to delete it and see if it changes anything. We go into GUI, elements, dynamic toggle script. All right. So where am I at? I think I can just delete it. Send it. Does this work? Load. We can always restore it afterwards. All right, very good. I don't think I was using it. Are you serious? Who wrote this? So we go into, I'm looking at my, oh geez. There's Discord 1. It's Discord 2 and my Reddit stuff. There's me. So we go into screens, GUI, elements, and then dynamic toggle script. Where do I use dynamic toggle script? Dynamic toggle script. Dynamic toggle script. Dynamic toggle script. Dynamic. Hit preset toggle element. Huh? Prop toggle element. Huh? So these are used in prop toggle element text scene. So this should be breaking, right? Huh? So what? Prop toggle element. Let's go to prop toggle element. Prop toggle element. What? What? Excuse me? Yeah, this is fine. This is Godot kind of complaining about how I've changed how, I guess, the class stuff inside of it. Yeah, I mean that's kind of why I'm trying to avoid using too many classes inside of Godot, is that when you delete the classes after they've already been registered once, Godot kind of freaks out. Does this still exist? What the heck? So none of these, oh, you know what? It's probably this part. Yeah, you know what? It's probably that part. Yeah, dynamic toggle element. So let's see, git status, git restore, screens, GUI, elements, dynamic toggle script. There we go. So it brings it back. Oh no. Git status, git restore. Hey, wait a minute. How does this work? Check button, toggle value on toggled. Oh, so we're not actually using dynamic toggle element then, huh? So if I just delete it, so we go into here, features, no props, presets, that's fine. Custom prop, let's add a custom prop. We'll go into this application, dev, OpenCPHGD, assets. We'll click on the OpenCPHGD icon. Okay, so something is broken here. Very good. Okay, I've broken something. I wonder, is it what I think it is? Is it what I think broke? So if we go into, well, at least for this application, right? So if I go into here, which is the release build, let's see if I broke anything. Or let's see if it's always been broken. I just haven't tested it for some reason. I thought I tested this pretty thoroughly. So we click on this. Oop, it takes a little bit. Yeah, there we go. So I did break something. Look at that. Look at that. Could put it just in my face as well. Lean forward, lean through it. I'm basically a duck. Hello. Can lean through it. Look at that. No one knows that you're a duck on the internet. I kind of, yeah, you know, let's just keep it there. On toggle. Yeah, I don't really know what happened here. I guess this is like the dynamic toggle script does need to be assigned to it. So if I look at, let's see. What does the current code look like? So we go to screens, prop toggle, elements, prop toggle, element, text scene. No, these don't actually use them, huh? So does that mean something else is broken? Hey. I feel like something else is broken. Dynamic toggle script. And then preset toggle element. So let's look at preset toggle element. Preset toggle element, text scene. No, we're not actually using it. No, this doesn't make any sense. So, this should be working though then, right? We go here, go to features. Well, we can click on presets, right? Ooh, what's going on? Oh, right, because yeah. So nothing's working so far. I think it should be fine to get rid of dynamic toggle script. I don't think I'm actually using it. So let's just yeet it. Goodbye. Everyone say goodbye to dynamic toggle script. Goodbye. And then we'll go back to here, retry. Dynamic toggle script deleted. I think that's okay. I'm just losing my mind. Who wrote this? You know what I'm saying? Input, whatever. This will be, this function will grab all of this. Handle event. No. So one of these days, I do need to get around to actually watching Squid Game, by the way. That's one of those, unfortunately, like, Netflix shows are one of the things that, like, they're pretty low priority for me. For some reason, I don't really know why. So it's like, if I... Oh, emit event. I think this is fine. Yeah, Netflix shows are okay. But it's like, I rank them on like a lower priority than just like a, you know, like an anime almost. Like it's like a Netflix show almost requires more brain power for me to process as opposed to just watching an anime. And I wonder if that's just like a me thing. Like I'm just like a weirdo for, you know, taking longer to watch a Netflix show, or is like something like, or is that something people actually somewhat struggle with? Is like it's harder to watch live action stuff than it is to watch like an animated thing that, you know, more or less requires more brain power, we'll say. So I feel like, you know, I'm trying to watch through Dark right now. Very good show. Season 3, kind of stinky. But, you know, it's pretty good. It's definitely a very original plot, something I haven't seen before, which is pretty much exactly what I'm looking for in a show. That's why I don't really watch all that much anime anymore anyways, right? But, I don't know, I just find it hard to like force myself to watch it. Like, I know it's good. It's good. But there's the intrigue, there's the mystery. You need to actually use your brain, pay attention to the characters, because things are happening that aren't like, for the most part, things aren't explicitly spelled out for you, which I do appreciate. But at the same time, I'm just like, oh man, like, maybe it's because I do need to actually use my brain. And that's why I kind of dread somewhat watching it. Like, when I start watching, I'm like, heck yeah, like, this is my jam. But, like, before I start watching, I'm like, oh my god. Do I really want to dedicate, you know, an hour of my very limited brain capacity to trying to process what's going on in Dark? Or, you know, we could watch some anime where they just spell everything out for you. It could, right? Maybe that's it. You know, maybe I've become what I've always hated, right? I think my parents are almost the same way, where they, you know, if you try to get them to watch a, you know, a movie that requires more than just a modicum of thinking, they'll fall asleep almost immediately. But, you know, show them Transformers, show them something like, oh. Wait a minute. Yeah, show them something like Transformers or something, like or the Bourne series, something that, you know, they pretty much spell everything out for you, and they have like pretty sick action scenes. You know, they're here for it. And I feel like I'm almost going down the same path. So it's like was one, you know, when I was a teenager, more rebellious, that more rebellious phase, I was more against the entire, you know, like, oh, you don't want to use your brain?
when you're some sort of brainlet, you know. And now we've kind of bounced back around to. Then I bounced back to it. Maybe like during college, I was like, maybe my parents actually know what they're talking about. And now, you know, after buying my first place and all that, I was like, you know what? I think my parents don't actually know what they're talking about. But now I'm like, maybe they were right about some things. Like definitely how you get more tired the older you get. I definitely do feel like I'm more tired nowadays. Like I used to be like, you know, I would be done with a 4-hour, 8-hour shift wherever. You know, you're either working a half shift or a full shift. And then you would still have time to go out and hang out with your friends or whatever. But now I'm like, man, I've worked like, I have a blue collar job. I don't really do anything during the day, but you know, right after lunch, gotta take a nap. Right after I'm done with work, gotta take another nap. Maybe they were right about that one thing. Something I can definitely say that we're not right about is probably like matters of financial security. I think I've more or less been pretty right about that kind of stuff. I don't feel bad about saying that. I don't feel bad about saying that. Alright. So I think this is okay. This is okay. View button. View button. View button. View selected. Alright, this is fine. Yeah, I definitely feel like me as a person though, I just feel more tired all around. Like am I clinically depressed? Probably not at this point. Although it could be, you know. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist or whatever. You know, it's very hard to diagnose those kind of things. You can say that you feel depressed for sure. But am I clinically depressed right now? I don't think I am. Yeah. I think I'm just like, after like an entire day of just thinking about stuff, I'm just, what if I just turn my brain off? It'll feel a lot better if I just like kind of zonk out and be like, you know, thinking is hard. Alright, so I think we're connected here, by the way, and then everything should be handling itself properly. Oh, hello, Needle Mouse. How are you doing today? Doing all right? What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to refactor this application because I don't really... I know I said that I wanted to work on a game this week, but I'm just super burnt out. I feel like the Ludum Dare stuff has finally caught up with me. So now I'm in the recovery period, as if you will. So now I'm just back to working on just a regular application that does work. It does work, you know. Okay, look at this. So it might not look like a lot, but what has happened is I've cut out like an entire range of functions here. So these functions no longer do anything. And by these functions, I mean this one function. Oh, I should probably comment this out, huh? Been procrastinating on a 4chan a lot. Ooh. How edgy. How edgy. Which boards have you been on? Are you on the good boards or on the trashy boards? There's a few trashy boards. I've been on 4chan. You know, 4chan isn't like a scary place to be. It's just, it's you know, when you make your voice anonymous, that's what happens. You know, anonymity exposes the worst in people, which is kind of what 4chan does. But depending on your worldview, the worst in people is what people actually are. So may or may not be what people actually are. You know, you either see, you know, people as being universally like or ultimately good in the end, or ultimately bad in the end, or ultimately random. You know, there's room for gray area. You know, but I think I fall on everyone is just kind of like a POS, so a real SOB, if you will. So I don't feel too bad about going on places like B. You know, it's just expected. But an IC, I'm not familiar with the IC board. I like to be on G a lot. Or I like browsing G. The conversations are pretty bad. They're not even Reddit tier most of the time. I think I'd rather just be on Reddit. You know, I've seen B on everything on there. B is just, I don't know. B is just a trash fire, a garbage fire, a dumpster fire. There we go. There's almost nothing of worth there, but that's why people like to go on those type of boards, right? And that's why you always hear about, oh, you know, the B board on 4chan, you know. It's because everyone there is trash. Therefore, you can post whatever you want there, and no one will take you seriously, right? And that's why you hear all like the craziest stories come from B, like, oh, this person went on B and they posted, you know, the IP addresses of like the president or United States. You know why they posted it on B? It's because no one takes B seriously. So you can post whatever you want, and so pretty much anything you post there will get just ignored. You know, it doesn't make 4chan very smart. If anything, it kind of highlights the fact that no one takes 4chan seriously, because 99% of it is trash. And so people feel comfortable like exposing themselves there. Alright, cool, so this works. So that's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much it. So we can delete this. And there we go. Refactoring done. We'll submit a pull request to my own repository. I do need to, I guess, I feel like I do need to actually write a test suite for this at some point. So git status, look at all this. VHS the board to keep the other boards safe. I don't know, well, there's a lot of like garbage boards on 4chan, right? Like pretty much any of the, I guess the lesser known boards are pretty safe, but the ones that everyone knows about, those are the ones that get spammed with all the garbage. You know, so B is the one everyone knows. Politics, that's also pretty bad. Gaming, a lot of the time it's pretty bad. Isn't the X board is also pretty bad? Or X, right? It's called the X board on B. And that one just talks about like conspiracy theories and stuff, or is that the aliens board? I forget. Yeah, most of them are pretty bad. If you haven't heard about a specific board on B, I think it's probably gonna be alright. Apropos nothing at all, but I think the you know, 4chan has a reputation for a reason. So just be wary that you aren't, you know, it's not I guess it is like basically indoctrination, right? You get brainwashed into thinking one thing. You never want to go too far to one side. At least without good reason, right? You know, it's good to have opinions as long as those opinions are backed up by, you know, things that make sense. You know, if you get stuck down the conspiracy hole, I have bad news for you. I have very bad news for you. You've been indoctrinated. Right? And the conspiracy holes are just like, but if you put this together and based off this, which is completely unsubstantiated, but that's just because the government is covering it up. And guess what? I think you might be crazy. Bad news by Timothy. That is my name. Have I mentioned before that my parents are not able to say my name correctly? So it is very strange to me to hear my real name. Git branch modify signal broad signal, or I guess GUI signal refactor. GUI. See if you did. Yes. Yeah. So seeing my full name is kind of a very weird thing to see. Even like my friends, right? My friends don't actually call me by my name, which calls into question whether or not they're really my friends. Most of them would just say like, hey, and I'll be like, hey, what's up? My friends almost never say my name, which might say something about the quality of my friends. Which might also be why I don't really talk to any of them anymore. Feels bad, man. Insert crying Pepe face here. So I'm an Uber friend? Yes, you are an Uber friend. You're my only friend, Philippe. Much appreciated. Anyway, subscribe to my OnlyFans. Only a real friend would subscribe to my OnlyFans. Also, I do like how you just had the umlaut just ready to go. I like your commitment to the umlaut. Lol, that will prove my friendship. Gross. Raise your hand in chat if you're yanking your wanky right now. Anyone who raises their hands is instantly banned. 24 hours permanently. Refactor GUI signals to skip rebroadcasting. Who's doing that? You never know. You never know who's in chat. Just yanking it right now. You never know. You never know. Some people are really, you know, blatant about it. It's one of those things where, like, if you say something, like, really dumb, and you say something really dumb enough, you'll get people who are actually really dumb to like, really do something, right? So, like, if you, like, for example, if you say, like, okay, like, who believes in, like, the, you know, flat Earth, right? You know, if you say it as a joke, you know, one person, yeah, no, they see it as, oh, that's a joke, right? But get 100 people, you're gonna get that small, like, 1%. Just one person's gonna join and say, oh, actually, I actually do believe in flat Earth. Tell me more. And, you know, just feed them more and more BS. And then that's how you kind of build up a community of people who, like, just do, like, the weirdest stuff, right? And so in a big enough community, you'll just have just, like, you know, random people. You know, maybe some people like the sound of my voice. And they're yanking it right now. I still need to build my Twitch bot, so no Twitch bot commands really work. I'll buy a donkey and make an OnlyFans account full of pics of my donkey. Subscribe to see my boot, my butt. Do you think I'll be rich and then suffer backlash? And you know what? If you're rich, you don't need to worry about backlash. That's the beauty of it. It doesn't matter. That's the beauty of it. Like, backlash really only matters if you have something to lose, right? Right? But if you're rich already, then who cares? Ooh-ee. Ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah, da-da-da, walla-walla, bing-bang. Something like that? Is that what you were going for? I think Works will give you the donkey. Ooh. Offering to give someone the donkey. Ooh. Bonk, by the way. Yo, that donkey do be a dump truck though. I was going for Mr. Boo Boo. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My brain isn't big enough to understand that. I'm sorry. My brain is too small. You gotta hit it with one of these. This is good. This is a good emote. Bop. I still have not seen the most recent season of I still have not seen season 3 onwards of whatchamacallit, Rick and Morty. Just not something that has been on my list of things to do. 'Cause I don't know. You know? Felt like ended at a good point. And at this point in my life, I'm like, you know what? I don't really care. That's good enough. Let's save this. There we go. I don't get if I used the reference. Well, you're not missing much. Well, that's good. I don't really watch all that much TV. I don't know about the 4th one. Yeah. I did watch a video essay by like EMP Lemon about the decline of Rick and Morty. I do acknowledge that part of my reason for stopping, you know, watching Rick and Morty is because it became like super memey, just like among like online communities. It's like if you watch Rick and Morty, you're like one of these kinds of people, and it's like, man, you know, I'm willing to be labeled a weeb to watch anime, but like being one of those kind of weirdos, and it's like, ree, where's my Sichuan sauce, ree? You know, I can't do that. Yeah, the 3rd one only has 1 decent episode, yeah, because the fanbase started being whack. Yeah, dude, definitely super whack. Yeah, at least like memes about being a weeb are somewhat interesting, right? Like I don't know. I'm trying to think of an interesting meme about being a weeb. There's the few clips of like am I allowed to say this on Twitch? It's not like the T word, it's like the, you know, I fell into a trap, but like the T word, but like it's like people at conventions, and it's like, hey girl, you looking real cute, and then the cosplayer is like, thanks bro. You know what? I'm okay with being associated with that. That's funny enough. I'm for that. Yeah, I know quite a few weebs by now. Yeah, there's a few of those. I'm okay with being associated with that. Like, if you've seen me, I've just absolutely prodigious back muscles. Used to be pretty jacked, actually. Remove unused code. I think I removed all the unused code, by the way. Actually, you know what? I probably didn't. If we go through every single one of these. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Do that. Fun element. Take all these out. Should have dated him? Absolutely not. Sorry, I don't really roll that way. You know, here's a personal story from my childhood. How I knew that I don't roll that way. Actually, I don't know the gender. Yeah, fair enough. But like, there was just one day, or I guess 1 week, where I just did not, you know, release any solids, expel any solids from my body when I was pretty young. Because, you know, I was just like, man, I hate wiping. And so on like the 7th day, I was like, hey mom, hey dad, like my stomach really hurts. I was like, okay, well, all right. Drink some orange juice. We're gonna go out and get you some prune juice as well. And we just need you to chug as much of this as possible. you know, a few hours later, I'm just like, man, I can't do it. I can't do it. Took me to the hospital. Went to the doctor and like, oh yeah, my son's like just ultra constipated. So, you know what they do when you're just ultra constipated? They will, well, at least for in my situation, they got like it was like the biggest, what's the tube things with the, you can press it at the end? It was huge. It was really big. No, they didn't suck it out. No, what they did is they filled it with milk and like salt and some other solution, saline solution, I think. Jammed it right up there. And then pressed the button, squeezed, and then told me like, you gotta wait here for 2 minutes. And let me tell you, that was super unpleasant. That was probably one of the most unpleasant things I've ever felt in my entire life. You know, one, you're super constipated, but two, you know, that was thick, man. Like, make a fist with your hand. It's probably, no, it's not as big as my fist. It was like, if you don't count the thumb, like curl up your fingers, that's probably as thick as that. I was like, and then imagine that you're 7 years old. Oh man, so like after like 30 seconds I was like, I gotta go. But also when they were doing it, I was like, I'm about to die. Now that was an experience. That was 100% definitely an experience that I never want to ever relive. And that's how I knew, like, you know what? Don't think I'm gay. I will let you know though that like when they eventually let me like waddle over to the bathroom, had to flush the toilet like 3 times. Like didn't wipe in between. Was like, oh man, I can feel it kind of like tickling my cheeks. There was so much just like garbage up in there. It's crazy. I got this problem where I was young, but I haven't had to do that. To do that. Who knows if you like to be active with a waifu first? Yeah, maybe. Once I get the voice changer. Maybe if I ever build a voice changer, I should say. I don't think I'll ever like buy a voice changer, but maybe it'll be interesting, you know? Building a voice changer to always have my voice sound like this. Very Mickey Mouse like. Ooh. Hee hee. Something like that. Could really attract a new audience. Anyways, that's like a really gross story from my childhood. Remove unused code. There we go. Good status. Mickey Mouse voice. It's more of like a Michael Jackson, isn't it? You hit him with a hee hee, tootsie. One of those. I can probably maintain like a Mickey Mouse voice for pretty long though. But with this kind of like pseudo baritone voice I have going on, it sounds pretty fake. It's not my fault though. You know, if you got a baritone voice, you got a baritone voice. That's a good story. Is it a good story about the time where I decided that I didn't want to wipe myself anymore, so I just, instead of pooping, I just just held it in, and then got accosted by a, yeah, it's basically like a giant syringe. Yeah. Felt horrible afterwards. See kids? Oh, I hate kids. No. Absolutely not. No kids. I'm more into 2D than 3D. Wait. No, I didn't say that. I'm more into cut his mic. Cut his mic. If you don't, well, you get impaled by the milky-sized syringe. Gross. Hello, knock. What have I just walked in? Do you want me to tell the story again? I can really embellish it and just make it absolutely horrible. I was telling the story of how I knew I just was absolutely not homosexual. Tell it again. Well, I regret saying yes. Well, you know what? Philippe has asked me to tell it again, so we will tell it again for all the new people and really just drive off any random viewers I may or may not have. Everyone should know, so everyone takes their. Perhaps. So anyway, the story was, when I was around 7 or 8 years old, you know, had been potty trained for a little while, but decided one day that I just didn't really want to wipe my butt anymore. You know, after you're done dropping some solids in the porcelain throne, as they say. I don't know who's saying this, but you know. So I just decided, like, instead of like, you know, getting my underwear dirty, instead I would just stop. I would just stop pooping. And so after about a week of that, stomach really started to hurt. Parents are like, "What's your problem?" And I was like, I haven't pooped in like a week." Right enough for a quotation, yeah. And so they you know, they gave me all the orange juice. They're like, "Hey, we need you to chug this entire thing of orange juice." And I was like, "All right." They went out and got me some prune juice as well, and they were like, "We also need you to drink this." And after about a day, they were like, "All right." I was like, I still can't go. I'm too backed up. So they took me to the hospital. Went to the doctor. Doctor was like, "Oh, okay, you're like super constipated, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." So what he brought out, is this what a syringe is? Is this what a, let me Google what a syringe is. Syringe. Yeah, one of these, but like, not like this. It was something like this, but like the tip was like really big. So they filled up one of these with a mixture of, it was milk, salt, and like something else. I think it was like saline. Yeah, it was an enema. Yeah, exactly. It was an enema, but it was like with one of these. So like make a fist with your hand and then like take out your thumb, and that's pretty much as big as that was. I remember I was like, I was in the single digits of the age. So I got that jammed up real good. Felt horrible. Also felt really cold afterwards. And it told me to hold it in for like 2 minutes. After 30 seconds, I was like, I'm about to like just absolutely make an entire mess of this floor. And you know what? Held it in, ran over to the bathroom, let it all out, had to flush the toilet 3 times without even wiping, because that's how much like just crap was in there. And you know what? That's how I know. That's how I know. I said, you know what? I never want to have anything up there ever again. Because it was huge, man. It was big. It was just horrible. Probably one of the worst experiences of my life. Like I've had to do suppositories before, but nothing like that with like that big of a syringe. Like suppositories, it's okay. You know, you just gotta like suck it up, like literally suck it up, but also like suck it up as like a person, and just like, and then push that pill that's like right up in there, and then also like suck it up. But anyways, yeah, that's kind of the that's one of the stories of my childhood. Is like, oh, yeah, that one time I had to get us an enema, and then just absolutely hated it. I'm sorry, Knock. Were you eating? And you should try with smaller stuff like a wee wee, then you would know. Absolutely not. Isn't that called? That's called dowsing, right? Maybe you're still into guys though, just in an active way. Yeah, maybe I'm still a pitcher, not a receiver. Maybe I'm a pitcher, not a catcher. Aside from not liking something about your butt, do you like men sexually? I mean, absolutely not. I mean, it depends. Do these men look like women? I suppose. Like, have you? I should really find that clip, which like what is it, like Felix cosplayer, like YouTube. I really should not Google this on my like that. Felix what is the clip? It's like Felix cosplayer YouTube. There's probably like a clip of that, right? Yeah, this one, right? Like, have you seen this clip before? Before I get like absolutely copyright striked? Like, I think if you mistake someone who's cross-dressing as like a girl, but then you find out that they're a dude, I think that's okay. That means that you're just into women. All right, let's look at it. We'll keep the music on so I don't get copyright striked. Look at this.
Oh shit, damn, you looking real cute. What's your name? Oh shit. I'm killing myself.
Could you hear that? One of these?
Oh shit, damn, you looking real cute. What's your name? Oh shit. I'm killing myself.
One of those? It is accurate. It is accurate. It is 100% for sure. Anyways, we'll turn the music back on. Yeah, it means you're into women. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, you didn't know. They were dressed up as a girl. So you like her? No. But I'm just saying that's like, I guess the only circumstance I would be, I would say like a dude looks cute, is if the dude like intentionally dresses up as a girl. And then I would be like, yeah, she's hot. Oh, I'm sorry, he's hot, but like, don't really want their P in my B, if you know what I'm saying. It's not really my thing. Like literally and like figuratively. I've seen multiple male cosplayers that are highly attracted as women. Doesn't mean I've questioned my sexuality. Has it though? You know, actually, there's this person on Twitter. It's crazy. They're like it's like a tactical cosplayer, but they wear one of those like the boob vests. But they also like are like highly like almost naked. It's such a strange combination. So I was watching it, I was like, is that a girl? Like, there's no way like that's a dude, right? Like, they have almost no muscle on their shoulders, or their pretty much any muscles like you would expect like a guy to have. And then I, you know, went up and it was like, oh yeah, in the description, I'm a dude. All right, well, I knew something looked weird. Something looked a bit off about their bust. Looked a bit too fake. But wow, you know what? You look at the comments, all the tweet replies. It's just like, wow. Please DM me. Read my DMs. No, not like this. You're not into weebies even if it's a weebie from a girl? Well, I think it depends on how you, I guess, see these kind of things. You know, is it like a homosexual to like chicks with dicks? And I think the answer is yes. Not saying there's anything wrong with it, right? If you're into that, that's cool. If you want to be into that, that's cool, but I'm not into that. I think the existence of having a male connector instead of a female connector, if we're talking about electronics, you know, I'm more into the female connector cables than the male connector cables, if you know what I'm saying. See enough of that stuff and you realize that LGBT, you'll have a point. It's a spectrum. Yeah, it is a spectrum, right? Like, I think if no one told you that, like, hey, like, I'm a girl, but also I'm not actually a girl. All right, well, you know, you appreciate the female form, or you appreciate the male form. I don't, you know, whatever you're into. Should write a book, how conservation maybe realized wee-wees are bad. Possibly, maybe. You know, some people are into that though. You know, some people, you know, have a scat fetish, and I cannot understand it, but that's not for me to decide what you are or may not be into. So, you know. I can tell you right now that I absolutely do not have a scat fetish though. What is this? I didn't add anything to this. Huh? Main theme? That's the title of your autobiography? Perhaps. It's your book, not from the other people? I don't know. I don't know if I want to have my book be titled How Constipation Made Me Realize Wee-wees Are Bad. That might be a bit too inflammatory. But it might be. And then, of course, you would always have the people that are like, no, but you gotta try it, though, when you're not constipated, though. I don't know if I want to try it. Yeah, I tried it once with a syringe. Did not have a good time. I can tell you that for free. Oh, I need to take this part out. Would sell though? Would it sell? Would you buy it? Are you saying that you would buy a book with that title? What would the cover be? Let me think. Probably be like the... No, it would be an OK sign with like a syringe. What's the OK sign? Hold on, we can find it. OK sign. Okay, it would be the OK emoji. Okay. OK emoji, and then is there a syringe? Syringe emoji? Give me a syringe emoji. Like this. One of these. That would be the cover. I think that's not a bad cover. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. It's very original. You would have to guess. Like, did he like it or did he not like it? Spoilers, I did not like it. Was not really into it, surprisingly enough. You know, some people are into enemas for sure. I'm not one of them. Oh, it's not called dowsing when you stick it up your wee-wee. It's called sounding. They could print this message in your chat as a cover. Oh, you know, once I implement my Twitch bot, you know, exclamation mark autobiography, it would just be the OK sign plus the syringe. I like that. I like that. That's pretty good. Get rebase. I head to fix up. Get push. Force. There we go. Go back to here. Refresh. Most people into it were not 7 years old when they started. Yeah, hopefully not. Yeah, no, if they were 7 years old when they started, should probably call the cops. Yeah, that might be a bad thing. I'm not a lawyer, but I can see a few things wrong with that, for sure. Input element. Oh my god, I keep missing some of these things. Input element. Where is it? Oh, it's here. That sounds like a good idea. Calling the cops or shoving a syringe up 7-year-old. Okay, I'm not gonna finish that sentence. We have fun here. Clearly. Good status. Commit. Add all. Fix up. So we're just squashing all of these, by the way. So head to the cops. You didn't make it clear, Philippe. I think you have just endorsed something that you would rather not endorse. And now it's immortalized on the internet for all to see. So I hope you like prison. But yeah, I mean that's I didn't. Well, I'm sorry. So the cost back then. Not in time though. Sounds like you're in a whole world of trouble, boy. Can you please bend over and cough, etc., etc. All right. So here's what we have worked on today. Is I kind of went down an entire rabbit hole of trying to move this into kind of a PubSub format. All right. Really heading off now, got a meeting. Alright, thanks for tuning in, Knock. Thanks for staying to listen to my just absolutely enthralling story. I'm glad, I hope you like the story. Have a fun meeting. Yes, have a great meeting. This will probably be like the story. Like, tell us a story. Alright, I got a story for you. I hope you're ready. You don't know what you asked for. Anyways, we're gonna merge this in. Merge GUI signal refactor. Oh, nice. So delete branch. That's fine. We don't need to keep these branches around, so we'll do git check out master and git pull. There we go. You can make a game. You don't know what you asked for, but you need to know. Maybe, perhaps. Make a game about it though, like you running around dropping shit. I don't know if that would make a very good game. I can't really think of a good game that would actually incorporate that. That just seems weird. Paint the whole scenario like a poop Splatoon, maybe. I think there's something about it. I think it could be somewhat popular based off of just pure shock value, perhaps. I can see that being okay. Alright, now we have a conflict really quick. Where are my conflicts at? So VRM models. That's okay. Is that really the only conflict? Oh my god. Git restore staged assets VRM models Alicia solid VRM. Rebase, continue. I guess that's okay. What the heck? Git push force, I guess. Send it. So does this still work, by the way? So I've rebased based off of my most recent changes. So what should happen is I'm still able to open up these things. Okay. Yeah. Just like shower with your dad simulator. That was like a meme game from just forever ago, right? I'm not really into making meme games. The only kind of meme game I can really see myself making would be like a, what's it called? I don't know, like a something that would actually help me gain more followers, right? So it would have to be like a HoloLive, like a VTuber type thing, right? So they already have an audience, and then if they play the kind of meme game, you know, it would have to be a game that's catered towards some sort of influencer that would help me also gain influence. That's really the only way I see myself making a meme game, unfortunately. I think, I don't know, I have a little bit too much self-respect just to make a meme game for the sake of making a meme game. Says the developer that's you know, currently working on a VTuber application, but let's ignore that for now. Anyways, this seems fine. We have a drop-down element that we do need to continue working on. Huh. Although we are almost out of time. Even though we have also completely not completely refactored, but pretty significantly refactored how I'm doing signaling within the application. So I did not ultimately end up going with a PubSub format, but I think this is still okay. Make that meme and sell it on itch, publish on random subreddits. I'm not very good at doing that though. I don't know, like I just get nothing from it, you know? It's almost the same way with like if you're like, hey, like I need you to look at this. By the way, this is pretty neat. It works. It doesn't really do too much for me, but I think it's pretty cool. But like, I don't know, like it just takes so much more out of me than, you know, just doing nothing, if it makes sense. Like, memes and Godot in indie games, look at this target audience. Is there, just poop. Possibly. I'm not making that game. In order to keep my self-respect as just a reputable developer, I'm not doing that. If you want to make it, you have my blessing to use my story as the basis for your game. However, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. That's a bit too much. That's a bit too much. Anyways, what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to figure out how to allow for the user to specify a different camera. So you can see here, this is a feature that's not actually present right now, but camera select doesn't really have the appropriate menu element, but we'll ignore that for now. But you press camera select, and then you click on that doesn't do anything, but check that out. It has the webcam value, and then it has the index right next to it. And then this index will be passed as an argument to the face tracker. And that's kind of how I'm going to be able to do like dynamic camera selection. That's the idea anyways, is that I run this script here, you know, whatever this is. I don't remember what it does. And then, there we go. Store this somewhere and then pass it into the tracker stuff. One day I might make it and call the main character Tom You Lose. You know, actually in this kind of little browser game that I always kind of play on the side. And honestly, whenever you see my mouse go off screen, I'm actually playing this game. That is my name. It's just sometimes you win. Haha, it's a pun. Haha, get it? I do have a referral code, but I completely forget what it is because the referral code system is kind of broken for a little while for me, at least. Anyways, check this out. So, I think some people do call me You Lose in this game. It is a pretty fun game though. Check it out. I'm also rank 1 because I've been playing since the first game. I'm the 51st account to be ever made. How neat. Puns. I'm into puns. Rapuns. Yeah, that's not me. But we do have this camera select. And then after this, I need to figure out what I want to do or how I want to store the camera select path. So if we go to drop down elements. So cool. Oh, thank you. Yes, I know. I'm working on a punk game. Get punked. A pun game. A punk game would be pretty cool. A pun game, slightly less cool, I suppose, but let me think. I need to think about this though, because I was working on this like 2 weeks ago, and now I'm just completely out of it. I don't even remember what or where I even ended off on this. So hold on, we do git log. Where are we at? Start work on dropdowns. Git log p. What did I do? So it was in model GD. This is a test print. That's fine. Then we have in tracking GD. Yep, that's cut up my mod files. XML stuff, drop down, blah, blah, blah. Did a few changes. Drop down element, sure. New file. And then new signal as well. And that's it. All right, cool. It's a runner about running in an endless office and visiting on the suited people at their desks, des days. Very nice. While they throw stuff at you and you have to dodge. It's called Piss Off Executives. It could be a fun mobile game, yeah, for sure. It's like a Cannabalts. Definitely like Cannabalts. That's a fun game. Big fan, big fan. It's like a Cannabalt with an extra mechanic, for sure. That's why Rick and Morty, genius. Yeah, you do need to watch Rick and Morty to really understand what's going on with that kind of game. You know, the piss is it's a metaphor, sweetheart. You don't get it. When you're pissing on the executives, it's the sweats of the suffering proletariat who are trying to overthrow their bourgeoisie overlords. And when you run through them like that, that's the the signal for the revolution for when we all eventually overtake our bourgeoisie overlords. Geopolitical scenario depends on the concept of the game. Yeah, I suppose. I'm not a communist, by the way. Just I'm fairly well read about that kind of stuff. I have more or less read the entire Communist Manifesto. Please don't put me on a list, by the way. I don't agree with communism. I just thought the idea was interesting. But, you know, it's one of those things where like communism, it sounds like it makes sense. But like if you actually apply it to a human scenario, it no longer makes sense, right? Because, you know, at least if you subscribe to the idea that humans are lazy, or I guess they're not lazy, but they will take advantage of whatever they can by default, communism no longer works. Anyways, yeah, I know sometimes not a problem. Oh, there we go. Anyways, yeah, I'm anti-communist, by the way. I don't know if that's a controversial thing to say. I think communism is pretty bad, if only because it will never work. Most I know is socialist. Yeah, socialism, that's okay, I guess. I don't know what I am, though. I don't know. I mean, this might be controversial, but I do tend to lean. I do tend to lean libertarian. It's like libertarian where like I don't like paying taxes, but also like I understand what my taxes go to, and I also understand the, you know, the benefit of taxes. You sound liberal. Yeah, I do sound liberal, but the biggest thing is I don't like paying taxes. A little more liberal than I thought. Yeah, you know, you pay for, you know, do you like paying tolls? I hate paying tolls. Do you like paying for schooling? I hate paying for schooling, you know? Do you want to pay for healthcare? No. But also, do you want to pay taxes? Also no. It's a mix between whatever is between socialism and libertarianism. That's kind of where I fall. Where like I would rather pay less taxes, but also, you know, I understand what the taxes do. You know, if I wasn't paying the taxes and we didn't have like the different tax brackets to have the richer people pay for some parts of society, then we would, I guess it would more seriously affect the, you know, the lower half of the population. Not even the lower half, like the lower 90% of the population. Right. That's what taxes go for, is that it kind of tries to equalize people more. You're anti-pay. Someone says, pay, you say, I disagree. Yes, pretty much. Like, you need to pay for this? I'm like, nah, I'd rather not pay. But also, you know, you can kind of do whatever you want. I don't care. You know, you want to, you know, you're a dude, you like other dudes, that's cool. You're a girl, you like other girls, that's cool. If you're a dude and you want to like marry a tree in order to get a tax discount, then absolutely not. Right? But you know, I don't really care what other people do. That's kind of like my libertarian mindset is like, I don't, as long as it doesn't affect me, I don't care, right? I don't care. No, I need to think. Where does this come from? So this tracking.gd has a setup function. So where does containing view? What if I have a function here that's something like setup or populates dropdown. So I add a new function here. So remember that this script that I'm editing on the left here is actually a dynamically loaded script, so you can change it to whatever you want. Today is being a controversial day. You know what? In order to let the controversy kind of settle down, I'm gonna use another one of my few bathroom breaks. I'll be right back. Please simmer down. Please stew in your controversy. Been drinking a little too much beer. Most politics. Oh baby. Are enemas controversial? I don't think enemas are controversial. I think enemas are just kind of weird. Anyways, BRB. Hello? 7-year-olds they are? Are enema? No, enemas are like a standard medical procedure. I don't know what you're talking about. We're conscious that anyone that comes here is a constipation problem. Was it? I don't know. Hard to say. I think we were just talking about recreational enemas, weren't we? Love your BRB music has this ping sound of a piano key that sounds like someone in a car has it attached to their seatbelt. Does it? I think it's just like the music. I just play the same music over and over again. If you want to hear real BRB music, actually, I'll be right back. Check this out. Hold on. I'm still walking around. I'm still trying to figure out how to adjust my guitar strap. Hold on. I'm still here. Hello, Code Custard. Does VS Code have a GDScript Godot extension? Yes, it does. Alright, you came at the wrong time. We are waiting for the BRB music. I'm still here. I have the BRB music. I'm holding it. I don't usually have a strap on my guitar, but you can download the Godot tools extension. It's pretty okay, but in my opinion, if you want to use VS Code for all your debugging needs, you are going to have a bad time. The VS Code debugger is kind of bad, at least compared to all the things that you get from, I guess, just the regular Godot editor. So I would highly recommend just using both at once and just kind of remembering that, you know, when you want to edit code, you should use VS Code. But when you are wanting to really step through, look at all the metrics and all that, you should really be using just the regular editor. Man, this is tough. Oh, he's done it. Almost. Squeeze this strap on there. There we go. So now I no longer need to like probably set the Godot editor. Thanks for the advice. VS Code for editing, Godot for debugging. Yeah. So the biggest problem with the Godot editor, by the way, is that it's well, one is that you can see like this, right? You only get one thing that you can look at a time. But when you're editing, you know, I have a drop-down element and I need to pull a function from this script, which is dynamically loaded in. You need to flip through both of these at once, whereas with VS Code, you can have 2 open at once, you can have 3 open at once, however many you want, which is you know, once you get used to being able to work with multiple files open at the same time, it's just no longer a question of which one is better. It's just like which one is. It's more like a matter of convenience, right? You know, it's more convenient to be able to see more files at the same time. Yeah, VS Code though, pretty sick. And then also VS Code has all these things like other extensions. So you know, if you're new here, by the way, I do have all sorts of other things. So if you want to do C#, by the way, you need to use VS Code pretty much. I have several Rust applications, so Godot Pong Rust, which is one of the first Godot GD native Rust example programs. Well, I guess full programs anyways. So this uses Rust. So if you want to edit Rust, you cannot do Rust in Godot. It just does not work. Cool, let me follow you on GitHub. Oh, baby. You know, also give me a follow on Twitch if you're feeling up to it. I'm really more in it for the stars on GitHub, but I do all kinds of open source programming. Pretty much everything I write is open source, right? So if you're in the mood for looking for other pieces of software, let me see. There's this thing I wrote for Ludum Dare 49. Free and open source, available on GitHub. Let me see. I wrote an OBS WebSocket integration. Pretty much everything I'm working on right now. Like this thing is open source, blah, blah, blah. OpenCPageGD. I did not write the face tracker. The stream avatars thing is not actually stream avatars. It's just whatever this thing is. Also written in Godot. You can kind of see the mouse thing is actually not a mouse thing. It's actually like a Rust application that's currently keylogging me right now, so I can do like kind of the hexagonal display. I'm gonna do that Godot. Mostly work on it as a contributor. Worked on it as a contributor, but need some help making an actual game with it. Ooh. I have a few, or I have 4 PRs open for Godot. Mostly for this application. So if you can notice this, Godot doesn't actually allow for you to do, oh, thank you very much, Codecuster, for the follow, by the way. Notice this is that we're loading in just random 3D models at runtime. Godot does not let you do that because it actually strips out the GLTF loading stuff in release builds. So what I have chosen to do is recompile it, add a bunch of defines to keep all the GLTF stuff in. And so there are, I think there are 4 PRs for Godot 4 and Godot 3.4, which keep those values in. Anyways, let's, hello, it's me. Yeah, full stack. Oh baby, full stack. I do full stack. I do ultra full stack, not to flex or anything, but totally the flex. I want to use Godot for Twitch extensions. Any thoughts or gotchas? So what do you mean by Twitch extensions? So if you're talking about Twitch extensions, like things that actually show up on your like a stream overlay, like JavaScript stuff, that actually won't work. I've researched that before. Yeah, export it as, yeah, no. So there's actually, Twitch will disallow you from loading in WebAssembly stuff. So you cannot use Godot for that kind of stuff. Yeah. You pretty much have to use like pure JS if you want to do Twitch extensions. Whereas if you want to do just like a local stream overlay, you have to do, I feel in church, yeah. If you want to do a stream overlay, this is pretty easy to do. Both these applications actually support transparency. So if you want to do, transparent background, you can see that this is actually a transparent background. Like one of these. Look at that. And then you just need to do a game capture instead of window capture in OBS. Yeah, so it's a Twitch thing, and it makes sense, right? Because with JavaScript libraries, they're more or less sandboxed pretty well. But oh no. Yeah, if you want to take a look at my stream overlay, that's available as Friendly Potato Stream. Let me just make it really easy for you to find. This is one of the few extensions actually that also integrates not only with Twitch chat, but also with Twitch channel points rewards. So check this out. You can do something like this. Look at that. Boom. All of these more or less just work. And if you want me to go through it, I'm more than happy to go through how pretty much all of these work. It's not very difficult. So, you look at the plugin screen. The chat minions is just the stream avatars things, just with a legally different name. And all the hookup connection stuff is handled through the utils folder. So service integrations, I was working on a YouTube integration, but you know, haven't really completed it yet, because YouTube's API is really bad, you know, but this one is pretty much complete except for the auto refreshing of your token, which I still need to implement, but it's not that hard to do. But these are the big parts, right? So there's like PubSub data received and then chat data received. Chat data received pretty easy, you know, if it's a private message, then we send it to our whatever we want. And then PubSub is your channel point rewards along with your channel subscriptions and also your, I guess, bit donations. I don't actually handle subscriptions or bit donations at this time. Yeah. So there's subscribe, I don't actually do anything with it. And bits, I still don't do anything with it. Channel points requires a bit more parsing. And then the way that Twitch does a lot of that kind of stuff is kind of weird because they send you a JSON string, I think, instead of an actual JSON embedded inside another piece of JSON. Very strange. But yeah, I mean, this is more or less functional. That's what I'm running right now anyways. And then this is how I handle it. So, you know, we have a command function, blah, 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 which maps almost one-to-one with every single channel point reward. And if it's not handled, then I just ignore it, which works, you know. So that should work. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, here's your background music, your AFK music. I started speaking and I just forgot how to play. This is the most fancy song I know how to play. Oh my god. Punk rock? Alright, where's my pick? We don't need a pick, we can play punk rock. What, you want punk rock? It's like a... It's Blink 182? Blink 182? I never thought I'd die alone. I laughed aloud as to the known. Traced the cord back to the wall. No wonder it was never plugged in at all. Took my time, hurried up. Choice was mine, I didn't think enough. Too depressed to go on. You'll be sorry when I'm gone. Never conquered, rarely came 16, just held such better days. Days when I could still feel alive. We couldn't wait to get outside. The world was wide, too late to try. The war was over, we survived. Couldn't wait till I got home to pass the time in my room alone. One of those. Anyways, if you were playing through this game that I was making before, my Ludum Dare, I did do all of the music on that. And also, there is the one Easter egg song at the very end when I was just losing my absolute mind at the very end of it, which was like at 4 a.m. in the morning. I was just, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Should have a redeem from music though? Absolutely not.
I play when I feel like playing. I have played a few. I have played a few shows in my lifetime, but you know, it's not really my thing. I am technically over time, so I don't feel bad about just playing music. Why not? We can just play music at the end of the stream. I am technically 25 minutes over. We could do one of these. Mr. Steal Your Girl, as they say. Yeah, but I don't like being asked to play. I decide, only I decide what I want to play. It's a very Christian sounding song, though. Right? What days it's and what months the clouds so high. It's you and me, all of the people, and I don't know why. Can't keep my eyes on you. I don't know how this song goes anymore. It's a hard one. I don't know. Like, this is more what I tend to play, which is like I guess we can do some easy stuff, right? Oh, that's not how it goes. Hold on. How does this go? Oh, this is so fast. No. One of those. We can play some anime music. That's always a lot of fun. My guitar is also a bit out of tune. Have you listened to the Need for Speed Porsche soundtrack? No. That's not how it goes. Isn't the Need for most of the Need for Speed like soundtracks are just licensed music, right? I can't play licensed music on stream. I mean, I can, but I don't know a lot of popular songs. Anyways, if you haven't guessed, I'm about to call it. Probably bleeding a lot of viewers. You know? Unless I play like popular songs like this. There's a bunch of instrumental songs. Well, are they like actual instrumental songs or are they like electronic songs? Like I don't know how to play electronic songs. There's like only a few kind of like hip hop style songs that I know how to play. There's a bunch of instrumental songs made for the game and OST. All right, we can check this out. We'll just super pivot right now. What is it called? I don't know. It's one of these. What does the Porsche soundtrack sound like? Here's my name. Porsche or Need for Speed? Need for Speed. How do I search? I forget how to search. By game, Need for Speed. Yeah. I don't see any Need for Speed here, unfortunately. It needs to have someone to have tabbed it for me. Otherwise, it's not too much I can do. Need for Speed. Yeah, there's no Need for Speed. Maybe by series. Need. Not looking good. Yeah, there's no Need for Speed on GameTabs.net. I can probably look on like another website, but it's unlikely, right? Can you pick it by ear? More or less, yeah. It would take me a little bit. I've tabbed a few songs before. Like have you played Katana Zero? I tabbed that one by I tabbed that one by ear. So that's like a which is especially impressive because it's not actually in standard tuning, but I was able to tab it into standard tuning. Which is just hilarious. It is weird though because it is not in standard tuning. Oh, if you haven't played Katana Zero, then this is, by the way, a spoiler, I guess. There's some Silent Hill songs I know. I can play pretty much anything that's on my ultimate guitar. I don't know, what was it? Need for Speed. Speed, Porsche, Unleashed, Fingerstyle. That's pretty much the only way I know how to play. I think it's somewhat unlikely. The only like popular songs I know how to play are like what is this one? I'm So Cool. How is he so good? Oh, there's the what is it? There's you know. I know all of the like if you want to play rock music, I only know the basics because I'm more or less self-taught, right? So I know how to do alternate picking. So there's a just really like just rake the crap out of the strings and just hope it sounds good. The only rock song I really learned how to play was it Canon in D, which sounds like
play all the rock songs people in high school. Yeah, exactly. That's the only stuff I learned how to play, like traditionally. It doesn't sound right. I need the distortion to help mask the horribleness of this. Canon and D. Yeah, Canon and D is like very classical song. One of those. See, that's kind of what I more taught myself how to play. Is just learn where everything is on the on the fingerboard and then just figure out the rest from there. Dragon Force. Yeah, well, you can look up was it Canon Rock? That was really popular back when I was a kid. Canon Rock? What? I made that up, by the way. I don't know. I'm just playing that's an F, G, A minor, C, but sometimes I do F, G, A minor, G. One of those. I don't know. Anyways, I'm pretty much done with the programming for today. I don't know. I mean, do you have a song request? I'm happy to take a song request as long as it's something that I know how to play, or as long as it's something that's more or less pretty obvious how to play. You can do one of these, which is that's one of the few modern songs I know. Faded? What's Faded? Who's Faded by? Don't change ever since we was gonna have it all. They said I won't be nothing. Now they always say congratulations. Better. I don't know. Faded? Who's Faded by? Faded? Alan Walker? I've never heard of it. How old is this song? I only know songs that were popular when I was still playing. Faded, Alan Walker. When did this come out? When was this? 2017? Fade. What is this? I've never heard of this. What? I mean, this is pretty much exactly what I was playing, by the way. A minor. Don't know it. Where are you now? Are you now? I don't know the lyrics. The lyrics don't look familiar to me. Atlantis. Under the We can try. I can try to just make it up, but I've never heard this song before. Listen to the chorus. I'm sure you've heard of it. I need to not play this on stream then because I will get DMCA'd. I mean, I can still possibly get DMCA'd just by singing it out loud, but how do I? Let's turn off desktop audio really quick. Linoleum. Da 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 do 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 do. The shadow of my light reveal us. Oh, what the heck? Wait, radar aim. I don't know this one. I've never heard this song before. What the heck? No, it sounds like still a good rendition. Oh, it's this one! It's this song! I know this song. This is one of the like the free soundtrack songs. Okay. I'm listening to Faded right now. Are you now? Under the sea, under the sea. Are you now? Okay. Oh, I don't have a capo, so I guess we'll just play it 6 steps down. Okay, boomer. You know what? I do have kind of like boomer tastes in. Shut the frick up, Google. I do have kind of boomer taste in music though. You know. What the heck? No. You know what? I don't like this song. I've decided this is not for me. I've heard it. Yeah. I've 100% I've heard like the backing track to it, but pretty much all the other parts I don't really recognize. What's linoleum? Oh geez, linoleum by NoFX. Do you guys just listen to you know, DRM free music? I've never heard this one either. Linoleum by NoFX. Linoleum NoFX. Who is this? 13 years ago? Featuring Avenged Sevenfold? Oh baby. That's my kind of jam. What is this? I don't know NoFX. No, I'm sorry. I've never heard this before. What is this? Hardcore punk? No, that's not me, dude. I've never heard this before. You should not be hearing any of this, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is pretty easy to do, right? Because he's just singing along with the chords. So it's just like... I can kind of guess as to what the rhythm is based on how musical it sounds. It's amazing. He's done it. I don't know. Please give me a popular song that was popular back in like the mid 2010s, then I can sing it. Otherwise, I got nothing for you. There's nothing for you here. You know, there's Let me see. I got a lot of Linkin Park I can do. There's a lot of Linkin Park. I've been told my voice sounds pretty good with Passenger. Let me see. I don't know. There's Through Glass. Let me see. This is one of the songs I played in. This is pretty much one of the songs I always play in my sets when I play live. Or when I did play live, right? I'm looking at you through the glass. Don't know how much time has passed. Oh God, it feels like forever. No one ever tells you that forever feels like home. Sitting alone inside your head. How do you feel? That is the question. But I forget you don't expect an easy answer. Some things like a soul becomes initialized and folded up like paper dolls and little notes. You can't expect the better folks, and while you're outside looking in, describing what you see, remember what you're staring at is me, 'cause I'm looking at you through the glass. Don't know how much time has passed. Oh God, it feels like forever. No one ever tells you that forever feels like home. Sitting all alone inside your head. One of those. One of those things. I don't know. It's one of the few songs I know. It needs to be from that era of music. Otherwise, I have no idea what you're talking about. Bring Me the Horizon? I have one Bring Me the Horizon song. This one. And the snakes start to sting. Untitled? I have Untitled as well. I don't know Throne. Let's see. Untitled? Isn't Untitled Untitled? There we go. Simple Plan. How does this go again? I don't know the Bring Me a Horizon song. I only know Snakes Start to Sing. Oh, jeez. Alright, let's transpose it down one. There we go. How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes, got nowhere to run. Nights goes on as I'm fading away. I'm sick of this life, but just wanna scream. How could this happen to me? Made my mistakes, got nowhere to run. Night goes on as I'm fading away. I'm sick of this life, I just wanna scream. Cause it happened to me. One of those. Made my mistakes, got nowhere to run. Night goes on as I'm fading away. None of this life, I just wanna scream. How could this happen to me? I don't remember how the verse goes on Untitled by Simple Plan. I feel like I only know Untitled just for like the meme value of the chorus. How could this happen to me? And then of course I can also bring it up the octave and just make it really loud. You know, when I was singing up the octave though before, I've had it where people were like, "Oh man, like who are you doing a duet with?" And I was like, "What do you mean like doing a duet with?" Like I'm the only one here. It's, oh, ooh, Like I think I'm naturally kind of a baritone, but I do have the ability to go up the octave. Love Me Dead by Ludo, never heard of it. I feel like a 2000s emo kid wearing striped shirts and chains in my pants. Oh heck yeah, dude. I'm more of a late 2000s kind of kid. That's when I started learning how to play guitar. Snake Tart to Sing, isn't it? This is You did ask for a Bring Me the Horizon song, but Love Me Dead, I've never heard of it. I would need to listen to it later on. Tell your friends to sharpen that teeth. There's a buick to be made. My soul's a sorry state. So come on down, you empty lovers won't come out of the woodwork. Snakes are to see. Feel the chill flying out the back of your neck. Start to spill. Really think that you could fix me or sell your bones for another rule or sharpen your teeth and tell yourself that it's just business won't come out of the woodwork. We just crop them out of the dirt. Rats crawl out of the holes they call home. Fall apart and the snakes are to see. I was actually in a thrash band during high school, but I was a backup. I was the rhythm guitar and also kind of the backup vocalist. I used to be able to do that kind of stuff, but it's really rough on your vocal cords to scream like that. Yeah. Say I'm better off dead. Hell won't have me. No, I don't know this part. I know there's the... Where is it? I'm just a would've been, could've been, should've been, never was and never ever will be. I'm just a would've been, I could've been, should've been, never was and never ever will be. And worms crawl out of the woodwork, leeches crop them out of the dirt, rats crawl out of the holes they call home. I fall apart and the snakes start to sing. One of those. One of those. We can do I don't know, we can just run through all the songs I actually do know. You want to do the ultimate incel song? This is one of the few meme songs I know. Nice Guys by Ryan Higa. If you remember, if you're on that part of YouTube at that point in time. How does this one go? It's how does this go? It's like, nice guys finish last. That's why I treat you like trash. It's not what I do. Take that guy, so I give them my best try to treat you the way you want me to. Yeah, there we go. I figured it out. He's done it. It sounds about right? It's like, nice guys finish last. That's why I treat you like trash. It's not what I really want to do. You want me to date bad guys, so I'll give it my best try to treat you the way you want me to. Never. And then it goes into like a rap rock part. The door pull out a chair. You can tell me you had a day was, but I don't really care if you ever get a cold. You just had to hack it, cause I'd be cool too if I gave you my jacket. Like, whoa, you ain't sitting up front. Runners for the homies, you can sit in the trunk. I never answer my phone whenever you call it, and when the waiter brings a bill, never reach for my wallet. One of those. One of those. You gotta hit it with the. Yeah, I'm from the American South, so that's kind of how I do my kind of rapping. Or the United States South. So you gotta hit it with the yo, hey yo. I was about to say hey yo T-Pain, but T-Pain is not from the South. Yeah, what is it? Descendants or let me see. Love Me Dead. I don't know that one, but we can try it. Oh jeez, I keep hitting my desk with my guitar. Let me see. Dallas Cowboys? No, I'm not from that state. No, I do kind of my normal kind of accent has kind of been affected by a Texan accent though. I did work with a lady who was from West Texas, and if you've ever seen like a American cowboy movie, that's kind of how they talk. They talk like cowboys. It's kind of really messed up my accent. I just picked something from the South. Dallas Cowboys, not the Atlanta Falcons. Dallas. Where are the Texans from? There's the Dallas Cowboys and something Texans. The Houston Texans, is it? I don't know. Let's see. Love Me Dead by Ludo. Love Me Dead. Not familiar. Unlikely. I used to watch on Monday Night Football though. Dallas Cowboys? I guess the Cowboys are alright. Back when they had what's his face? Was Eli Manning ever on the Cowboys? Yeah, that was Eli Manning, right? Yeah. Let me see. Let me see if I can just kind of figure it out from the chords. Buffalo Bills? You have the Bills ball? What the heck? Why? Yeah, I don't recognize the song. How about the chorus? What? She knows just how to hold me when her edge is soft in her body is my cough. What the heck? A minor. What the heck is A minor? Or A flat? What the heck is A flat? That's not even A minor? What chord is this? A minor? What the heck? That's such a weird one. What type of football is not that popular? Yeah, American football is really only popular in like US, Canada, and Australia. And apparently in also the UK. I like watching American football though. I feel like other types of football aren't really my kind of thing, baby. Oh no, I like watching like lower leagues, like Premier League, kind of boring honestly, right? Because most of it's just kind of like, I don't know, I wanna watch people like fight it out, not like, you know, there's the obvious flopping that tends to happen at higher levels, but then also there's the, I guess the, what am I looking for? Descendants, Pope. I don't recognize this. Hey, what is this? Patriots always winning or going to the Super Bowl? Yeah. Well, Yeah, there's flopping, or it's just too high-level soccer, so I can't understand it. I understand how it plays. I know how to play most sports. I just find most sports kind of boring to watch. Like tennis, I like playing tennis. I hate watching tennis. Patriots, hard to bet against Tom Brady. For sure. He's a very good player. You know, it's hard to root against him. When you're that good and that old, I mean, it's Besides the punk band, not the Disney thing. Is this the Disney thing, or is this not the Disney thing? Is this it? One of the first pop punk bands ever. I like pop punk. Pop punk is fun. One of these. F sharp? C sharp? That doesn't sound right. F sharp? F sharp? F sharp. Wait, F sharp? F sharp? What? I've never heard this before. Z B minor. Why can't you see you torture me? You're anything about someone else. When you come to home, you'll be in his arms, and I'll be gone, but I know my day will come. I know someday I'll be the only one. I don't know the song. So now you wait. So now you wait for his spark, you know, turn you on. He's gonna make you feel the way you want to feel. When he starts to lie, when he makes you cry, you know I'll be there. Oh, come. That's gross. How does this sound? I don't know this song at all. I'm sorry. Hope. Oh, jeez, I'm sorry. Hope by Descendants. You cannot hear any of this because I have turned off. Oh, this is 80s? Are you kidding me? I don't know any 80s songs. See, torture me. What? I'm doing it. I'm doing it. What? I can't I can't sing the last part of this, but I think I got it. I think I got it. It's like why can't you see you torture me? I'm thinking about someone else when he comes his arms and I'll be gone. Oh no, I know. Oh, my day will come someday. That's weird. This last part is kind of monka though, because I saw that. So now you'll wait for his schlong. You know that it'll turn you on. Alright, I think I got it. It's just not really my kind of song. Yeah, that's not really my kind of thing, I'm sorry. I think I got it though. I feel like I've heard this before, but it's one of those kind of throwaway songs that I don't really think about too hard. Nah. Let me serenade you with another song, I guess. How does Boston go? Wafers Tonks? Hold on, I got you. You won't find anything like this online though. I mean, if you haven't guessed, a lot of the songs that I learned are mostly just made to like serenade people of the opposite sex. So, I hope your jimmies are ready to be rustled. What is 60-30 though? What is 60-30? I don't know what 60-30 is. Thanks for the serenade. In the light of the sun is the running one. Oh, it has begun. Oh, the thing next to my duck is just like a counter for how many chat messages there are. So if you want it, oh, actually, I cannot show you that because it has my stream key in it, so I cannot show you that. I was about to show that straight on stream, and that would be pretty bad. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, here's one I actually performed as well. If you want to be serenaded, I can do that for you. Yeah, 60-36. So if you notice, whenever you type a new message, would be a major leak. Yeah. But right now it's just like a count of all the messages. Actually, it's not the complete count because it's stored in just like a text file, so. Did you stand there all alone? Oh, I cannot explain what's going down. I can see you standing next to me. In and out, somewhere else right now. You sigh, look away. I can see it clear as day. Close your eyes, so bright. Hide behind the baby face. Funny how it seems like yesterday as I recall. You were looking out to place, gathered up your things and slipped away. No time at all, I followed you into the hall. Cigarette, daydream. You were only 17, so sweet with a main street. Nearly brought me to my knees. You can drive all night, looking for the answers in the pouring rain. You can find peace of mind. those. That's pretty much it, right? And then you can see that there's Breaking Benjamin right next to my cursor. Heck yeah. That's kind of my kind of jam, baby. Yeah, it's one of those songs that I bothered to learn and actually like learn how to sing. Is that what you desire? What do I desire? I don't even know what I desire. Please tell me what you have determined what I desire. I don't know. Like, what do I desire? There's like, maybe I desire one of these songs, which is like I was walking down the street and out of the corner of my eye I saw a pretty little thing approaching me. Said I never seen a man who would look so all alone. To use a little company. If you pay the right price, you need to be nice and you can go and send me on my way. You're such a sweet little thing, why do you do this to yourself? She looked at me and this is what she said. Oh, there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed, and nothing in this world for free. I don't know. This is the only one I really know how to play. Which is Rain by Breaking Benjamin. Everything else is like, I kinda know. Diarrhea Jane is probably the best one. If only because it's the most edgy. How does it go? Do da do da do da do da do da. Diarrhea Jane. Don't remind me. Did she have an enema at some point? Anyways, that's a callback. R.I.P. anyone who was actually listening. What is this like? If I had to myself right beside you, ask would you like that? Would you like that? I don't mind. Say this love is the last time. So now I'll ask would you like that? Do you like that? What? Something's getting in the way, something's just about to break. I will try to find my place in the diary of Jane. So tell me how it should be. Is that how it goes? Something's getting in the way, something's just about to break. I will try to find my place in the diary of Jane. So tell me how it should be. Really? Is that how it goes? It felt right, but it doesn't sound right to my ears. Something's getting in the way, something's just about to break. I will try to find my place in the diary of Jane. So tell me how it should be. Oh, you know what? That sounds more right. I just need to sing it up the octave. My voice is too low to sing. Try to find out what makes you tick as I lie down, sore and sick. Do you like that? Do you like that? There's a fine line between love and hate, and I don't mind. Just let me say that I like that. I like that. Something's getting in the way, something's just about to break. I will try to find my place in the diary of Jane. To burn another page as I look the other way. We'll try to find my place in the diary of change. So tell me how it should be. It's one of these. You can sing Country Song by Bo Burnham. That's one of the things that's on my list of things to watch. Still have not actually seen, was it Bo Burnham's Inside? Even though it's been on Netflix for a little bit. Oh, here's the song I played at the very start. One of these. This one is not from Inside. Oh, is it not? I don't know. From another special? Well, you can kind of tell I've never seen any Bo Burnham stuff, so. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. How about this one? Do you know this one? Hold on. Do I know this one? Oh, I remember this one. This one's tough. This is an actual fingerstyle song. Oh, this is the song that taught me how to use my thumb. Because you need to use your thumb to play most of the lower notes. Anyways, I'm probably gonna call it here. I've been playing songs for way too long. You know, I guess if you're not into the country music aesthetic, you probably do not appreciate me singing into the mic. So anyways, thank you all for tuning in. I will be live tomorrow from probably 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time, working on something that is not a game, but we'll see how I'm feeling at the time. Let me put my guitar down. Oh, almost knocked it off its stand. But anyways, yeah. If you already, give the channel a follow. Join the Discord, etc., etc. And, what the heck is this? What the heck? What did this happen? That was weird. Yeah. You know, I have a Discord in my description below if you want to join that. Usually work on, or 100% of the time, usually work on some sort of software. On Sundays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from, you know, a pretty normal Eastern time kind of thing to, you know, other associated time. So come check me out then. Discord, description below. GitHub, also my description below. Pretty much everything that you see on screen is available on Discord, or not on Discord, on GitHub. So one of these, you know, this stream avatars-esque kind of thing where you can throw people around. You have controls that kind of pop up on screen. How very nice.
That's all available on GitHub. The only Godot integration to do that, by the way. As far as I know, unless they stole my code and did not credit me. Also, this thing also available on GitHub. I guess be sure to take the master branch. But yeah. Yeah, I guess let's with ice cream. Hello, welcome back, Philippe. Let's find someone to raid. Do you have anyone in mind that you would like to raid? Otherwise, I will more or less just select someone at random who happens to be streaming Godot stuff. Yeah, because I'm pretty much done. Let's see. Twitch. Arrow X. Oh, is he streaming? He was around a little bit. All right, let's raid Arrow X. He's streaming, by the way, right? Nobody online. Yeah, I'm the only person online. It's a very sad state of affairs. There is another person. There's a Wyatt 1872. But I feel like I raid him a lot, but he doesn't really respond back to me. Very sad. Procedurally generate a Godot tower defense arrow stream. All right, let's send him. I do have to ask, because I've been asked before, or I have asked this question before, like, who do you want to raid? And they gave me like a name of someone who wasn't streaming, so I just sent everyone to someone who wasn't streaming. Very very embarrassing. Anyways, let's raid Arrow. He was there before. Yeah. Anyways, you know, give the channel a follow you haven't already. I will see you tomorrow from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time, probably a bit earlier, but who knows? Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Join the Discord if you haven't already. I'm happy to answer any questions you may or may not have, because I do pretty much everything. Yeah. Anyways, goodbye.